Objection, hearing none, HB 7 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 20 and recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members. Thank you for your patience throughout the day, and it's a privilege to come before you on such an important topic. The simple truth is that the ongoing acts of aggression by violent transnational criminal cartels are putting the lives of Texans and Americans in imminent danger. How many more people will die from fentanyl poisoning? How many more landowners will suffer damage to property from trespassers and smugglers? How many more women and children will be sexually abused and exploited? How long will people who have lost the peaceful use and enjoyment of their own property along the border suffer that deprivation? How much longer will we cede the sovereignty of the Texas border to violent cartels who treat immigrants like merchandise and commit countless homicides by fentanyl poisoning? HB 20 invokes the self-defense powers of the states under Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution. This bill is about the power of Texas as a sovereign state to protect its citizens. HB 20 will empower the governor of Texas with legal authorities to actually deter and repel people who are attempting to illegally cross into Texas. And when people have been actually observed crossing the border illegally, the governor will be empowered to return them to Mexico and with instructions to go to the port of entry. If you do not stop the illegal crossings in between the ports of entry, then you have your law enforcement resources continually tied up processing paper for people and unable to effectively respond to the deadly poison of fentanyl coming across the border. HB 20 establishes a border protection unit to unify the border security mission and gradually over time relieve the strain on the Texas National Guard, Highway Patrol, and game wardens. Members, I have one handout. I just want to show you this chart from the National Institute of Health. This chart shows you the scale of people dying in Texas and the United States. A scale of deaths far greater than Pearl Harbor, or the attacks on 9/11, or the totality of the Vietnam War. How many of us know someone who lost a child, a college student, a friend, to deadly fentanyl? The one thing about this chart that's inaccurate is it uses the word overdose. I submit to you that this is not an overdose. If a college student takes a pill that they think is an Adderall or a Xanax and it's laced with fentanyl, that's a homicide. That's a homicide. Pharmacists dose fentanyl in micrograms. One pill can kill. So much fentanyl is coming across the border, it's unreal. Now, why is this happening? If you look at the chart, there's been this recent spike. It stems back to the supply chain for the cartels. If you look at cocaine, a derivative of the coca plant. You look at heroin, a derivative of poppy. Marijuana, another agricultural product. They have supply chains, requirements, labor that's involved. It's difficult to produce. But with fentanyl, they can simply go to the port in western Mexico. And the container ships bring in the precursors from China. And so the cartels have a very inexpensive, short supply chain to produce a very potent and lucrative drug. This is not going to stop They have found a new business model. The cartels are producing fentanyl at an industrial scale. People are dying by the tens of thousands in the United States each year, dying by the thousands in the state of Texas. Just read the headlines. How often are officers hurt when they have to handle these drugs on the side of the road? We have to confront this. We are in imminent danger as a state. The cartels are making money two ways. One, through all the people they're pushing through the border illegally. Go to the border. Look at all the wristbands, dirt still on them, placed on people's wrists like they're merchandise. How many women separated and abused? How many children have been separated from their parents, dropped off on the other side of the river? Using the children to exploit federal immigration policies. This is not good for those people. It's not good for them to have their women and children abused, to be put in stash houses and have your family back in Central America or Latin America threatened if they don't pay, extorted. They become slaves at that point to the cartels, human slavery. How many children? There was testimony in Congress just recently. Senator Marsha Blackburn was talking to Secretary Mayorkas about 85,000 unaccompanied children that the Department of Homeland Security cannot account for. They have lost track. The federal government has lost track of 85,000 children. How is the chaos at the border good for them? It's not. But the simple truth is we cannot get at the harm, the deadly harm of the fentanyl, if you do not bring order in between the ports of entry. You only have so many law enforcement officers, federal, local, state. If they are daily processing people who are crossing illegal, committing a crime of improper entry, when you walk across the river, you are breaking federal law, it's a crime. When they are processing those people, then they cannot effectively go after the fentanyl that's coming in through the ports of entry, coming through in between the ports of entry. And how many times have we had our border sheriffs come and testify in appropriations and Homeland Security and committees I've served on? Our border sheriffs, one sticks in my mind when he said, my wife will not come out of our house at home until I come home from work. She does not feel secure on her own property. How many ranchers have we talked to who cannot keep livestock on their property anymore? No compensation. Nobody coming to pay their bill, to restore their livelihood. Generational property, family that's been passed down from generation to generation, these people are moving and selling out because they're scared. I hear people say certain communities on the border are safe. And I think that's very much true in a lot of respects. But the fentanyl that's coming through the border is not safe. It's not safe for anyone. And the simple truth, again, if you do not bring order in between the ports of entry, then there's simply not enough law enforcement to go after the poison that's being pumped into our communities. This is not going to stop. They're making too much money. The Chinese are making money off selling the product. The cartels are making billions off of producing the fentanyl and pushing it into our country. And the numbers are staggering. I mean, you can read the Border Patrol, the national numbers of how many millions have been coming through. I weekly read the Border Operations Security Assessment, the BOSA, that comes through every week. Just the last 2 weeks, last week, 18,186 apprehensions. The week before that, 18,152. Those are not including the gotaways. I've talked to some Texas Rangers who tell me for every one that we apprehend, 2 get through. So we literally have tens of thousands of people coming across the Texas border each week. Now, the reasons that they come, we can all talk about that. There's reasons that push, there's reasons that pull. But some of these individuals are not the kinds of individuals that we would want roaming our streets. Some of them are criminals, rapists, gang members, MS-13. Many of them are coming here just for a better life and will make wonderful neighbors. But at times, we're allowing a dangerous criminal element to come in because these are not the folks that want to present themselves to a Border Patrol officer at the river or turn themselves in to go through the process. They're avoiding detection. They're out in the brush. They're in camouflage with backpacks, marching through ranches. Who are they? This is the power, this is about the sovereign power of a state to protect its people and to determine what kind of goods can come through our border, and dangerous goods should not come through our border. This bill also addresses the strain that's been put on our National Guard. When you go down to the river, Representative Raymond, you know, that sergeant out by the river, the National Guard, he might be the diesel mechanic from the John Deere dealership in East Texas. He has to go back to his life. He signed up for the Guard for a military purpose, and certainly they're serving with honor and dignity in the job that they're being asked to do. But this is not a sustainable way to address the border crisis. There's tension with our federal government over the use of our Guard, particularly the 36th Infantry Division is a national asset. They have separate training requirements to maintain their military occupation. At any time, the federal government, the President of the United States, could order them to handle a national contingency somewhere so they could be ordered and taken away from the border. And it's very expensive to get them there, to pay per diem, to pay hotels. It's an expensive and unsustainable way to address this. And so you'll see with the Border Protection Unit, it will be a cadre that will be a mixture of licensed peace officers, but also individuals who've gone through training, who have a limited arrest authority to mirror the way we do the Texas National Guard. So those guardsmen that are out there, they're not peace officers, they're not licensed peace officers, but they have been given training and very limited arrest authority for their job. And this bill is about operations on the river, along the river, and above the river. That's where this Border Protection Unit will be working primarily. We need those state DPS officers and non-commissioned officers of a Border Protection Unit to, over time, be able to send our highway patrolmen who are rotating to the border back to our communities where they work the highways, and our game wardens back to the woods in East Texas where they want to be. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll submit to any questions the body has and reserve my right to close. Can somebody get me a bottle of water? Thank you.
You got it.
You're going to get that, J.R. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Schaefer, I want to walk through the first part of the bill. Just kind of start this off. So I want to focus on Article 1, the general provisions of the bill.
Thank you.
So in Section 1.02, subsection 3, says lethal quantities of opioids such as fentanyl are being trafficked into Texas and resulting in the poisoning deaths of thousands of people throughout the country. And you spoke at length about that in your layout, and we all agree that's a huge problem in our state and our country right now. So where does the majority of fentanyl that's smuggled into this country, where is it smuggled through?
It's coming through the southern border.
Where specifically?
Well, I think there's debate about that, Representative Turner. I think you're going to hear some say that most of it comes through the ports of entry, and you're going to say a lot of it comes through in between the ports of entry. But I think in a way it's a distinction without a difference. If you're not applying your law enforcement resources to where it's coming through, it really doesn't matter how it gets here.
Okay, so according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, over 90% of fentanyl comes through ports of entry. Your bill doesn't touch ports of entry, right? Because those are federal facilities.
It actually does.
This bill is interfering in a lot of federal areas, but I don't think you're trying to regulate ports of entry, correct?
The bill does have a provision that speaks to enhanced examinations at or near the ports of entry.
Do we have authority at the ports of entry? And I don't know, I'm asking. Do we have-
I believe.
Do we have
the-
jurisdiction? And
I believe the Constitution does provide that. You can look at Article 1, Section 10.
we're going to get to Article 1, Section 10 in a
Yep.
minute. So, but, okay, so, but you don't dispute that, you might disagree with the data, but CBP data says over 90% of fentanyl comes through ports of entry. That is their data. You would stipulate that that's what they say.
I don't know how they prove a negative, because they don't know. The fentanyl you don't apprehend, the fentanyl you don't catch and don't see, how do they know what's coming in? How do they know the percentage? You really can't. Maybe what they catch. But if you don't know what's coming in the geography between the ports of entry, how can you quantify it?
Well, so let's talk about why that might be true, that it's coming through ports of entry. So do you know who the people are that are actually smuggling the fentanyl into the country are? Do you have a sense of, can you characterize what that group of people, who they are?
I think the cartels engage a number of different persons to smuggle. Certainly the cartels are involved in that. I mean, they control the plazas along the border. And when you're talking significant quantities, that is cartel-directed supply. So the cartels may be paying a truck driver. They're very good at concealing drugs in compartments of vehicles, and, all of those things.
Would it surprise you to learn that according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, that 86% of those convicted of smuggling fentanyl through U.S. ports of entry are American citizens?
Americans are getting involved in this every day.
Okay, so we know the data says that over 90% of the fentanyl coming in is coming through ports of entry, and of that 90%, 86% is being smuggled in by American citizens.
I don't think there's any doubt that American citizens are not only engaging in smuggling fentanyl, they're engaged in smuggling people and weapons.
Okay. So going to Article, or Section 10, Article 1 of the Constitution. That's the same, this is subsection 4, the same section of the bill. It says the state is in, it's in quotes, I don't know who you're quoting, but the state is, quote, in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. I guess you're quoting the Constitution there.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And so that's Section 10, Article 1 of the United States Constitution. So what are we, you say the state is declaring authority under that section. So what is the authority we're declaring?
It's a self-defense provision of the United States Constitution.
Is that the invasion clause?
Let me read it to you. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or with a foreign power, or engage in war unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. You'll notice my focus on the words imminent danger. When you have tens of thousands of people dying, you are in imminent danger.
Right. So you would agree, though, that section of the Constitution is not what this is about. I mean, that's not what the framers were talking about. They were talking about an invasion by a foreign nation.
I disagree. I think that this.
You just read a foreign power. You read those words to me as you were quoting from the.
I have read the context of this, and I believe that there is inherent sovereignty. If you read even Supreme Court precedent, they acknowledge these states as being sovereign. And the states have a sovereign power to defend themselves when they are in imminent danger. And I think this speaks directly to that.
So moving on. So the number of, this is in subsection 8, the number of people unlawfully entering Texas from Mexico at locations other than ports of entry has reached historic levels, and local communities are increasingly overwhelmed. Okay. So I want to ask about that, and Representative Anchia talked some about this earlier. You know, we can look at a line graph of border crossings over the years, over the decades, and there's peaks and valleys. And so if you look at the data in early 2000, the last year of the Clinton administration, we had a record number equal to the peak we've seen in the last year. You saw peaks and valleys throughout the Bush administration. It was actually pretty low throughout the Obama administration, and then multiple peaks again during the Trump administration, and peaks and valleys in the Biden administration. So this is not a new issue, right? This has been
The
going
scale of it is new, and I do have those numbers going all the way back.
How's the scale new?
The scale is significantly higher than in previous years. You go back to just last fiscal year, 2.7 million. The year before that, 1.9 million. Already 1.2 million so far this year. How about in El Paso today? 700 people. Today, one day, 700 people came across the river this afternoon.
So the you said 2.7 million. Did you mean 2.4 million? I think that was the number of the Border Patrol.
I'm reading straight from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection website. Total enforcement actions, fiscal year 2022, 2,766,582.
Okay, and those were documented encounters?
Yes.
Okay,
And that doesn't include the gotaways.
right. So given that is a large number, I agree. And it's not particularly unique because, again, there have been years in the past where the number has been close to 2.5 million per year.
Well, I don't know when. I don't know that we've, in recent memory, I don't know when it's ever been near that.
But is that not evidence that what Border Patrol is doing is working? Because I guess my question is, so if Border Patrol has a lot of encounters and they're stopping people from entering illegally, unlawfully, and or capturing or detaining them once they're here, is that not a sign of success, or is that a sign of failure?
It's a sign of failure because they are allowing people to illegally enter our country at a scale that we have never seen.
But they stop.
And if you talk to people who live in those communities, they would tell you it's a failure. They would not look at the litter on their streets, at the river, the fence is torn down. Let me finish. They would not look at the effects of what is happening and say the Border Patrol is being successful.
So, but you see what I'm saying? It's if there's not if arrests aren't high, well, they're not doing their job. Nothing's happening. If arrests are high, oh, it's a failure because they're arresting so many people. So which is it? Is it, do we want a low number of stops, of encounters, or is a high number indicative of an effective border security policy?
The metrics that matter.
Because I think you make the argument either way.
The metrics that matter are the number of people who are crossing illegal and the amount of deadly fentanyl that is coming out.
Right.
Those are the metrics that matter. And if those numbers are not trending down, then we are not succeeding.
Right, but the fentanyl, as we've established, is coming through the ports of entry, largely from American citizens. So that's not in these numbers. That's not where the fentanyl is coming from.
I think you're mistaken. And I don't know
That's
how
what
much
the
time.
data, that's what the data said.
Let me ask you,
All I
when's the
can
last
do is
time
look
you
at
went
the
down
Border
there to
Patrol
the
data.
border and actually didn't do like a Chamber of Commerce tour, but actually went and spoke to ranchers and spent time talking with local law enforcement?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on the border.
When's the last time?
So we're going to talk about your bill.
Okay.
And I'm going to get to ask you the questions. I think I don't represent a border community, and last I checked, you don't represent a border community. So we're both talking about a region of the state that neither one of us represents, frankly. And what I'm trying to get to is the data and the facts. And the facts indicate that we know fentanyl is a huge crisis in our country. We have a lot of different strategies we can use to deal with that. I don't think your bill addresses fentanyl at all. That's my problem with your claims about fentanyl.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Res-
I'm going to ask the crowd to show respect, whether you agree or disagree. But clicking and that is it won't be tolerated in state affairs. And so I think you've all been pretty good, but this is a difference of opinions. And so I'm going to ask everybody, just keep to yourselves. We're going to start the testimony, and members, I'm going to let you talk to the representative, but at 10 o'clock, if you're not finished, I'm going to start the testimony. So let's try to give everybody an opportunity to talk here. But
Thank you, Mr.
again,
Chairman.
crowd, please, I know you don't necessarily agree, but let them talk, and let's show respect to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This last question, I want to move on so other members can ask, but my last question, you would agree that this bill is unconstitutional?
No, I believe this bill is constitutional.
Under Arizona versus United States, you don't think this bill is unconstitutional?
I think there's a significant distinction between Arizona v. U.S. and this approach.
Say
I
again?
believe there's a significant distinction.
Between the Supreme Court ruling in that case and what your bill is trying to do?
Yes.
Okay, I disagree with you, but I will yield to other members.
Speaker Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schaefer, it's my understanding that DPS is short about 600 troopers today. How would those vacancies be impacted by the creation of a new enforcement unit within DPS?
I think we're going to have a challenge hiring either way. I think this is going to take time. I think you're going to be able to hire some of the guardsmen who are on voluntary orders at this point. They've no longer been given involuntary orders to work. They're now there because they're volunteering, and they may want a job. And so I believe we're going to be able to hire from within the National Guard to come over into the Border Protection Unit. And I think there's going to be other peace officers who are interested in this particular mission that may feel motivated to fill these positions.
Are they going to be paid equivalent to DPS officers?
We're going to keep the salary schedule the same within the Department of Public Safety.
So will they have the same training and go through the same background checks and lie detector tests that the DPS and the mental evaluation DPS officers will have to go through?
So when you're speaking about the commissioned officers that are envisioned in my bill, I believe they would, and I leave that authority to the Department of Public Safety Commission to set those hiring standards.
Well, operational decisions are going to have to be made quickly. I think we all agree to that. On the ground, who will resolve the operational conflicts between the new unit and DPS? And put another way, what individual is going to be responsible for that?
The governor of Texas is constitutionally assigned as the chief executive officer of all state agencies.
I
so
understand
so
that, but
in
some
the-
person is going to be responsible. Who's that going to be?
The Border Protection Unit chief will be responsible for the Border Protection Unit.
And if there's a conflict between DPS and the border chief, that's what my question is. Who's going to? I mean, they're both under DPS.
They're both under the governor. And so the governor is
They
chief
are both
executive.
under the governor, but the DPS this new unit in your bill is under DPS, is that correct?
Correct. It would
Okay,
be
who's gonna-
essentially another department
Of
within
DPS,
SOC.
so if there's a conflict between the unit and the DPS, who's gonna make that decision?
The governor.
On the ground, governor's gonna be on the ground down there.
Well, the governor has been doing the interagency operability between,
This is not interagency, this is within the same agency, according to your bill.
my answer to your question is that the governor, as the executive, has demonstrated the ability to pull different organizations together for Operation Lone Star. He's done that successfully.
I don't disagree with you.
And so I believe that's the same, that's at a larger scale, but now you're just taking it down a step further inside the Department of Public Safety. And the governor, much like we do in the military, the governor will have the authority to, when there is a conflict, should that arise between the director of DPS and the Border Protection Unit Chief.
But the Border
the governor-
Protection Unit Chief is under the director of the DPS, is that correct or not?
No, under the bill, the Border Protection Unit Chief will report straight to the governor.
But it's still a part of DPS.
Correct.
So when something goes wrong, DPS is gonna get the blame.
Well,
And I mean, the DPS has very strong hiring standards and training standards. Are these gonna be lower standards for the people in this Border Protection Unit?
the Department of Public Safety itself will set the standards.
So it'll be the same, then if they set the standards the same as a trooper, and we're already suffering, we have 600 vacancies. And I don't know how many people you envision in this. How are we gonna fill it? I mean, we already know we're short 600 plus.
Representative Guerin,
I mean,
you're describing a very difficult problem, but I don't think that's any more difficult than putting all of our faith in being able to use the guard that we're able to do. And so I think we have a tension. And
But the
by the
guard
point,
does not have arrest authority.
excuse me,
The guard does not have arrest authority.
they do have limited arrest.
Very limited, but these people are gonna have an additional arrest authority over and above what the guard currently has, in the way I read your bill.
If they are a licensed peace officer, they would.
Okay, I've got a real problem with this 600 plus however many, and I don't know what the number is that you envision in this new unit in DPS. I just see, I've just got a real problem with how are we gonna fill the holes? I'm not disagreeing that what you're trying to do is.
I understand that,
with what
I
you're trying to
understand the
do. I'm just
tension.
trying to figure out how we're gonna fill the holes there.
And I think at the same time, we're trying to figure out how we're going to sustain the overall mission without just exhausting the guard the way we're doing.
Texas Guard.
As a point of example, here in the Capitol, if you'll notice, you will see some individuals that are working for Department of Public Safety, that are working for Director McCraw. They're wearing a little bit different uniform.
They wear the black shirts.
They are security officers.
That's correct.
They are not licensed peace officers.
That's
But they
correct.
here with specific training and a specific role. That's an example of the type of person you could see working in the Border Protection Unit.
Well, if those people do not have arrest authority, they don't carry weapons, I guess you can, since we're a permitless carry state, so I guess anybody can strap one on if they want to, unless
gonna be
they're
up to
told-
the
unless
employer.
they're told they're not able to. And if we get a new administration, and I'm not saying we will, I hope we do, but that's for an argument for another day. But if we do, and things change on the border, which I think they would, I think we'd agree they would, what happens to these people?
Well, I think the legislature has the ability to plus up and draw down FTEs just like we do with other agencies over time.
Yeah, but I mean, if you've taken these people away from some other job to this job,
Well, that's nothing's guaranteed in life, I suppose.
no, it's really not. So if I get you straight, and this will be the end of my I get you straight. These people are gonna go through the same background checks, same polygraph checks, same mental checks, everything that a DPS officer goes through today, the ones that are gonna be commissioned.
That will be determined by the Department of Public Safety Commission. They will have that specific authority to set those training and hiring qualifications. It's given to the commission.
Well, I see a big hole that I'm not sure how we can fill it. And I think this ongoing, it's gonna take a long time to put this in place.
I agree.
I mean, do you agree with that?
I agree with that, but I think if we don't get started, we might be back in 4 sessions saying, why didn't we do something?
What
with
if we use the
88?
Texas Guard?
Sir?
What if we use the Texas Guard?
I
as
think,
the National Guard?
I think they have, there's a role for them to play, absolutely. And I think that some of those individuals may want to take a job, because some of them are on orders too. So the Texas State Guard may be an organization that can provide some of the personnel to fill this unit.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And let me make a statement, then we're going to go to Representative Anchia. And again, I want to start the public testimony members by 10, because these folks have been here. And if you remember, it's the chair's intention, which I announced, to allow for 4 hours of public testimony on HB 20. The plan is to alternate witnesses who have registered for and against the bill in question. For those unable to testify in the allotted time frame, your registered position will be reflected in the official record. And also, for all the folks here, is the hearing is also being live streamed on the House website, which is www.house.texas.gov/video-audio. And members of the public wishing to submit comments on today's hearing may do so through the public portal until the hearing is adjourned. So I do want you to be aware of that. Representative Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just got some questions for the bill author. I'm going to try to move quickly because I know a lot of people have questions. Earlier you mentioned that federal border officials had failed. You called them a failure or their actions a failure. You also pointed to federal officials not accounting for 85,000 unaccompanied minors. Is the purpose so let me ask this, do you think CBP has failed? Customs and Border Enforcement, or CBP? Have they failed?
I think they've not been given the resources and the mission to do their job.
You called them a failure earlier or, you know, in response to Chairman Turner's question. Do you think ICE has failed?
I think if you are measuring success by the number of people who cross illegally and the amount of deadly fentanyl that's coming through
Do you think ICE
our
has
borders,
failed?
then it has not been a success.
Do you think ICE has failed?
I think that the entire border situation is a failure at this point.
Okay, so the federal government, you believe, has failed at the border?
I think there is an absolute failure at
Okay.
the border.
So you think, and that would include ICE, CBP, and Border Patrol? You believe, you termed that a failure earlier. You would agree with that, right?
I think that the individuals that are wearing that uniform, that are out on the front lines, the rank and file, are doing their job to the best of their ability. And every day that they go to work, they wish that they had more support and
All right.
more resources.
Since I only have till 10, you know, I'd appreciate just direct answers to the questions if possible. What's that?
You gonna take the whole time?
I don't understand your question.
Till 10. You said you got till 10. I thought the rest of us had a little bit of time.
No,
Oh, never mind. Go ahead, AQ.
Go ahead, Representative.
Representative Dean, just in response to Representative Dean, since he wanted to chime in, since we, as members of this committee, only have till 10,
You had till 10, excuse me.
since we, as members of the committee, only have till 10, I'm just going to try to have this dialogue, but I appreciate the comment. So is the purpose of HB 20 to enact a state parallel law because of this federal government failure, so that Texans can prevent illegal border crossings?
The purpose of HB 20 is to provide security to the people of Texas.
Is the purpose of HB 20 to enact a state law parallel to the federal immigration law?
You can describe it how you want to. I describe it how I want to. And
I'm just asking, is it yes or is it no?
the purpose of this bill is to assert the state of Texas' constitutional authority to defend the sovereignty of our state and protect our citizens.
Given that your earlier statement about the federal government failing, I want to follow up on that as well. Is it your intent, again, trying to get to your intent of HB 20, that the Texas Border Protection Unit officers will not operate under the direction or control of federal immigration officers? So in other words, will they be under CBP? Will they be under Border Patrol?
These officers will comply with federal law as written and as interpreted by the courts.
Is it your intent that they will not operate under, that they will operate separate from CBP or Border Patrol?
You're asking me an implementation question, and I'm in the legislature and I'm not in the executive. That would be an implementation question for
Well, no, I'm asking you for your intent. You have an intent about
the
this.
intent.
What is your intent?
The intent is to provide the statutory tools for the governor to implement the bill.
Gotcha. But what is your intent as the bill author? Is it that they
I've stated
work
my
under?
intent.
Your intent is
To give
to
it-
let the governor do it?
To give the governor the full authority under the Constitution.
Under HB 20's authorization of BPU officers to, quote, arrest, apprehend, detain, or deter, end quote, a little further down, quote, persons crossing the U.S.-Mexico border unlawfully, end quote, BPU officers will determine whether that individual is crossing the border unlawfully. Is that right?
There's a section of the bill that says where a person
411 spot 559, right?
has been actually observed crossing illegally.
But
they would have
the
authority.
BPU officers make that determination, right?
I think that they will make that determination
Okay.
under the Constitution.
Under House Bill 20's authorization of BPU officers to arrest, apprehend, detain, or deter persons crossing unlawfully, the BPU officers will decide which people to arrest, correct?
They will,
And that's 411 559 as well.
they will make, they will make the decisions based on the authority that's been given them.
On who to arrest, right?
They will make that decision based on the
Okay.
training and orders.
So they make
they've
that
been given.
decision on who to arrest. Under HB 20's authorization of BPU officers to arrest, detain, or deter, will they be able to arrest individuals and hold them in state custody? Will they?
They're going to have the authority to stop people who have crossed the river illegally
And hold them in state custody?
and detain them.
And hold them in state custody? Will they
Yes.
be in the custody of the state? Thank you.
They
I think
would
you
be,
just said
yes.
yes. Under House Bill 20's authorization of BPU officers to deter and repel persons attempting to enter this state unlawfully and return aliens to Mexico, BPU officers will decide who to repel or return to Mexico, correct?
They will be
That is within their purview.
interdicting people who have been observed violating the law.
But do they decide who to repel or return to Mexico?
They would.
Okay. Is it correct that the committee substitute removes the language about acting consistently with, quote, federal immigration laws from section 411-564, which grants the power to BPU officers to deter, repel, arrest, and return individuals? You said earlier it would be consistent with federal law, but then you remove the language about federal immigration law from section 411-564, correct?
It's not necessary to have the language.
Why'd you take it out?
Because the Constitution already requires compliance with federal immigration law. Article 6 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, makes federal immigration statutes the supreme law of the land.
Okay,
It
so it's
compels
your intent
compli-
that they would-
I
that
can
they would
finish my- Can I finish my answer?
Yeah, but is your intent that they would comply with federal immigration law, correct?
Yes.
Okay, even though you took that out. Does the finding of imminent danger in the bill constitute a legislative finding that a state of invasion or imminent danger under Section 10, Article 1 of the United States exists, and that triggers the authority of the BPU chief to order removals of persons? Does that constitutional finding give the BPU chief an opportunity to order removals?
What it does is it says if you have a finding under Article 1, Section 10, that at some point that self-defense provision of the Constitution may make some aspect of federal immigration law inoperative in that moment because you're in a different part of the Constitution.
Okay, but that, in setting up this BPU chief, they're operating under that provision of the Constitution?
If the legislative finding has been made,
And that finding is in fact present in your bill, correct?
it is.
Okay, so I take that answer to be yes. In his testimony before the Senate Border Security Committee on March 16, 2023, Attorney General Paxton stated, quote, Arizona tried to pass laws similar to what the federal government passed, end quote, but, quote, unfortunately, the court ruled by saying that the state couldn't step in and pass these laws, end quote. Is the purpose of HB 20 to enact state border protection laws and challenge the ruling of Arizona versus Arizona versus United States, that states can't step in and pass these laws? Is that your intent?
The intent of the bill is to assert the authority of the state of Texas under the United States Constitution.
So you're saying that is not your intent for this to be a test case to challenge Arizona versus U.S.?
Those are your words. I've told
asking-
you what my intent for the bill is.
Okay, so I'm asking you, yes, if it is your intent, or no, if it is not your intent. Is it your intent that this be used as a vehicle for Texas to obtain a reversal of Arizona v. U.S.? Is that your intent as the bill author?
My intent is to assert the rights of the state of Texas under Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution.
Gotcha. In his testimony before the Senate Border Security Committee on March 16, 2023, Attorney General Paxton stated with respect to the preemption principle articulated in Arizona v. U.S., quote, the only way I know to do this is to test it, and we've got a couple of ideas on how to do that. Your bill does that. There may be other ways that we can also test it to find out where the court is and find out what the parameters of that decision are. Is the purpose of HB 20 to enact a law similar to federal law that will test the preemption article articulated in Arizona versus U.S.? Do you agree with the Attorney General there?
Representative Von, I've already given you my answer multiple times.
Well, let me ask you, do you agree with the Attorney General there?
I'm not going to speak to the Attorney General's.
But do you
I
agree
wasn't
with-
there for his comments. I don't know the context of it. I'm not going to answer
I
that.
just read them to you. Do you agree with them?
I'm not going to answer that. I don't know the context of what he was
Okay.
talking about.
I'll skip down here. In his testimony before the Senate Border Security Committee on March 16, 2023, Attorney General Paxton stated, comparing now to the Arizona versus U.S. decision, quote, we've got different Supreme Court justices, and, quote, we've got a different court, and the best chance we've ever had to overturn that finding is the purpose of HB 20 for Texas to challenge Arizona versus Texas before a different set of U.S. Supreme Court judges.
Mr. Anchia, you can ask the same question 100 different ways, and I'm going to give you the same answer I gave you before.
Which was non-responsive, but I'm asking you your intent as a bill author. Is there a reason you're being cagey and coy and not wanting to answer?
I've answered your question.
Yeah, you have not answered my question, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you have a question, Representative Dean?
Well, I think he had his light on first.
Are you sure?
Well, no, you had raised the issue,
Yeah, go ahead.
but I am going to stop you all, so you better not filibuster after 10.
I think
If the audience have to
think the
follow my
filibuster's
lights,
already-
you all are going to follow.
I think the filibuster's already taken place, but that's okay.
Go ahead.
Representative Schaefer, how many $1 billion have the state of Texas spent over the last, let's just say, 5 years on attempts to protect our border? And let me describe protect our border is trying to stop, people coming across our border in between the, normal routes or authorized federal entryways. How many billions of dollars have we spent?
It's an enormous amount of money.
Would
I have that
18
number.
billion sound
It's
about
It's
right?
well north of 10 billion, and I was gonna get into the 15 to 20 billion range, and this budget that's moving through the legislature is an enormous amount of
Right.
money again.
And so is the intent here in some of the other bills that we've heard today, is the intent not to, listen, I'm a Catholic. I have a large Hispanic community in my hometown. I'm proud of the fact that I've been to work with a number of these families that, you know, came in and they came in, you know, illegally. And I'm proud of the fact that I was able to help them become citizens of the United States. But and I have a lot of these people that have gone through that whole process to become citizens of the United States of America the right way. And they are some of the biggest people to complain about the folks that are coming in the wrong way. And the advantages they get, you know, even though they came in the wrong way. But is the intent not to try to, you know, slow this down and to put things in place to try to, you know, I mean, the amount of money that we're spending of taxpayer dollars, I mean, we can't continue. Is the intent or part of the intent not to slow that down and to put some permanence?
Bring order. I think you speak to the legal immigration process, and there are millions of people who waited a very long time, that went through the proper channels, and were given that legal status. And I think we appreciate that. And, you know, I have a diverse district, as do you, and I think we want legal immigration. I don't know anybody who doesn't. It's good for the state. It's good for our communities. And but we've got people coming from, you know, 168 countries. So it's hard to pin this on one ethnicity or country or region. It's the whole world.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You got a quick few minutes, Brother Raymond. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry I stepped out. You may have spoken to this, because when I walked in, Speaker Guerin was asking you something about this. But on page 15, where you talk about officers, other employees, at the top of the page. So right now, how many FTE, you know, I've talked to you about this. How many FTEs are we funding? Is it 900? I mean, yeah, about 900 DPS on Operation Lone Star. And then when you look at the Guard, it's close to 5,000 or 47, is that right?
That sounds about right. I don't have those numbers right in front.
So are you contemplating here that we would keep about that same amount of personnel, but that, you know, at some point, the National Guard leaves little by little, or maybe?
I think it can be self-leveling, and the overall amount of personnel that you have applied against the problem depends on the problem. It depends on the facts on the ground. So,
Well, but are you thinking that you're keeping it in the neighborhood of what it is now, at least in terms of people?
in the near term, I think that's what you should try to do. Is you should try to hire up and draw down with the Guard and keep it self-leveled.
Well, in the border, in your bill, the Border Protection Unit, would that be, again, the DPS troopers you have now essentially would start to be replaced? Or would you move some of them into the Border Protection Unit?
I think operationally, some of our DPS troopers would have to be assigned to work under the authority of the Border Protection Unit.
Right.
Just like you have game wardens who come and work under the authority of
Right.
this Operation Lone Star. But I think the long-term goal is those highway patrol troopers who are in my community in East Texas and in Dallas and other places that are rotating down to the border,
Right.
they would be able to stay in our community.
So I've talked to you about this a little bit and with Chairman Guillen. Have you thought more about what I've told you, that if we're gonna do this, if you're gonna do it, if it's gonna happen, that, you know, we look at hiring more local PD and sheriffs?
Well, the bill says that we should hire from the border region to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about taking sheriff's deputies that exist now and PD that exist now and hire them into the Border Protection Unit. But in addition to whatever we end up having in the Border Protection Unit, that we can use, you could use some of this and some of those FTEs working with, because you're going to work with local law enforcement. I mean, we do it now. They're all doing it now. DPS is working with local law enforcement, with Border Patrol, et cetera, right? And National Guard as well. And so, you know, if this is going to happen, I certainly believe that you're going to have a more effective model here if you, in working with sheriff's departments and working with local PDs, that we use state funds to help them put boots on the ground, because they're better positioned, particularly on fentanyl, drug interdictions, I would say. They're better positioned to be more effective, right, than even a border protection unit. And so I don't know if you're open to putting some language in there that sort of gets more specific about that, because if you're just looking at trying to create out of thin air or sort of a new unit, right?
We want a
That's
unified mission.
that's gonna take longer.
We want a unified mission. And that, you can't have a unified mission without the cooperation and assistance of local law enforcement. You've got to be listening to those guys. I did a conference call with border sheriffs this week.
So can we talk some more about that?
Absolutely.
I'm guessing you may have another committee substitute, maybe, before it ever comes to a vote here, but could we talk seriously about that? I'm telling you, and I think if you talk to any border legislator, they'll tell you the same thing. You're gonna have a more effective situation if you have more PD and sheriff
Involved
hired.
day to day.
Absolutely, that you just are.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to ask both of you to get together, and it's a good suggestion, if you two would get together. And also, members, even though we're all House members, let's try to get together with Mr. Schaefer beginning even after night. And he's also going to have an opportunity to close, so there'll be some more questions. Let's go ahead and start the public testimony. Clerk, what's the official time? What is it? 10:01. We will call Mark Morgan. Mark, we have you listed as testifying yourself, neutral HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
I stated before this committee today as the former acting Commissioner of Customs and Border Patrol and the Chief of the United States Border Patrol. I've served this country for almost 40 years, of which during that service, I have served under 6 administrations, both Republican and Democrat. And I'm here today to impress upon this committee that's what's happening on our southwest border is an unmitigated, self-inflicted, catastrophic crisis, unparalleled in modern history. A crisis that is impacting every aspect of our nation's safety and national security. I want to be very clear. What's happening is not about immigration. That's one of the countless lies being pushed upon the nation. What's happening is about border security, which is synonymous with national security. You don't have to be a border security to understand. For us to effectively protect the citizens of this country, we have to understand and know who and what is coming in through our borders. And we have to have the authority and ability to stop bad things and bad people from entering. And part of that strategy is in securing our borders, we must act to de-incentivize illegal immigration, because those two concepts are not mutually exclusive. They are interconnected. One drives the other. It's common sense. But on day one, the Biden administration rejected their constitutional responsibility to protect every state in this nation from threats outside its border. And they dismantled the tools, authorities, and policies that we had put in place that had successfully reduced illegal immigration dramatically and enabled us to secure our borders. Simply put, they inherited the most secure border in our lifetime, and they intentionally unsecured it. In the first 25 months of this administration, there have been more than 7.4 million total encounters and gotaways. That's simply insanity. Drugs, criminal, and potential national security threats are pouring across our wide open borders every single day. As a nation, we no longer have control of our borders.
Thank you, sir. Your 2 minutes.
One question, sir.
Representative Guerin.
Yes, sir. Do you think that the creation of this border security unit is a good idea?
I think the concept is an outstanding idea. What we have right now is a set of policies that have literally dismantled every effective tool and authority that we had in place. And let me give you just a couple
No,
examples.
no. Look, let me help you all out.
And my
No,
question-
just a second,
I'm
Speaker.
sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
There's a 2-minute, this isn't a filibuster, it is not a supplement. All these people behind you, everybody today follows my rule, and everybody's going to follow it. It's not supplement, you just answer the question. What is your question, Speaker Guerin?
My question was, do you think that creating this new border security unit is a good idea?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to filibuster.
Just answer the question.
So I just want to make clear on that. So yes, I do think the concept is a good idea. I do have, and I do believe that there's further discussion that's needed with respect to the structure and chain of command of the border unit. But what this bill does is that's critically important is, and I
I'd like
believe
to
it's,
visit with you after this on how maybe we should structure that.
that would be great.
Thank you.
And that is what I was going to ask, is I'd like your resource to meet with the members of this committee, because we do have some rules. So that'll be constructive. Representative Dean? He asked that one, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your testimony is that President Biden inherited the most secure border in the history of the country?
In our lifetime.
In our lifetime, okay. So, but, I mean, isn't it true that in the last year of the Trump administration that border crossings spiked and border crossings outside of ports of entry spiked after the Trump administration, which I understand that's the time you were head of CPB, instituted the Title 42 policy. That's what drove people away from the ports of entry to pursue crossing at non-ports of entry. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Then what happened?
There were two significant policies in a network of policies that I talked about that resulted in a reduction of 85% of illegal immigration by February 2020. And those two policies were the Remain in Mexico policies or the Migrant Protection Protocol.
Talking about after February of 2020.
Yeah, but you can't disassociate those, Representative. They're interconnected. You can't say that the Title 42 is the only policy that had an impact. They were not mutually exclusive of each other. They were building upon each other. And Title 42 was not an immigration policy. It was a public health policy to protect the states from COVID being introduced into this country.
Right, so you used February 2020 as a benchmark, but the pandemic began in this country in March of 2020. Title 42 was instituted in what, April of 2020, thereabouts?
No, it was March.
It was in March.
But
okay,
again,
so after February.
by February of 2020, before Title 42 was introduced, we had already reduced illegal immigration by 85% because of the network of tools like the asylum and cooperative agreements and the Remain in Mexico programs, among many that we'd already implemented. So we'd already seen reduction before Title 42 was introduced.
That was an 85% reduction from the spike that you saw in 2019 when we had
From the crisis in 2019, correct, when at the highest month of May, it was 144,000, which pales in comparison to what we're seeing today. That's correct.
Yeah, so you would agree that we've seen, back to my dialogue with Representative Schaefer a few minutes ago, we see peaks and valleys in crossings throughout presidential administrations throughout time, and you had increases and you had decreases throughout the Trump administration, did you not? And after the pandemic began in March of 2020, we saw a huge jump after Title 42 was instituted.
So I would agree that there's been peaks and valleys. That is a correct statement. Where I fundamentally disagree with your premise is that what's happening now is part of a further and continuing peaks and valley. It's not. We've never seen anything like this. And before you compared, or somebody compared with this with respect to the numbers that we saw in the late 80s and 90s of 1.6 million, it's not the same. What we saw in the 80s and 90s when we saw 1.6 million was a completely different demographic, a completely different threat. Back then, we were seeing mainly single adults. 95, 99% were single adult Mexican males that were expeditiously removing. Today's environment, that has completely changed. We're seeing unaccompanied minors, families, and individuals from 171 different countries. And as I told you, the numbers right now in 25 months is 7.4 million total encounters in gotaways. The gotaways alone have been 1.4 million known gotaways. The Chief of the United States Border Patrol under oath said that's probably underreported by 20%. So we're looking, I don't like to do public math, but that's about 1.7 million total gotaways. No, what's happening now, we have never seen this before. It is not a traditional peak and valley that we've seen. That's just not true.
Okay, and I don't have the 80s and 90s numbers, so I can't speak to that. But I mean, but March of the year 2000, just in March of that year, there were over 220,000 crossings. That's a significant number, right?
I would say one is too many, but yes. But again, right now, if you look at 2000, the threat was completely different. The demographic was completely different. Even in the early 2000s, the majority of those that were illegal alien were single adult Mexican males, of which we could use expedited removal, and we were effectively to remove the majority of them. So the threat was different, the composition was different, the demographic is different. Right now, it's unaccompanied minors, families, and single adults from 171 different nations, including nations that pose a significant threat. We call them special interest aliens because they're coming from a country that we believe are either involved in terrorist activity or terrorist financing. It's a serious threat. We've got individuals that we're encountering at our border right now on the FBI's terror screening database. That didn't happen in the 80s, 90s, and 2000. That is a phenomenon that's happening right now. In the 80s, people crossing, there was no thought that a terrorist organization in the Middle East was going to sneak terrorists across to assassinate a former president. But that's exactly what happened last year. That, thank God, the FBI prohibited and stopped.
They were caught.
The threat was stopped, correct.
Okay.
So we're in a
I'm going
completely
to respect
different world right
the
now.
chairman's request that we not filibuster. So thank you for answering my question.
The idea is here is just members ask the question. If you open the door, he's going to get the answer, and that's what he's doing. And
Thank you.
Number two, if you're asked a direct question, just try to stay on the question. Any other questions? But I am going to hold you to your request that if some members would like to get with you and Representative Schaefer, please be available. But we do have a question from Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about a gotaway or a known gotaway. Can you describe what your definition of a known gotaway is? And the second part of that is, whatever that is, if and to what extent is that a danger to us?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is very important. So a known gotaway. Here's how we establish what a known gotaway is generally. There's a couple different ways. First of all, United States Border Patrol, they are experts in what we refer to as cutting sign, meaning they literally can go to the border and they can track and they can determine from the tracks they see how many people they think approximately had physically illegally in the border that clearly they didn't apprehend. Another way that they determine a known gotaway is through surveillance and technology. There are literally times when the Border Patrol agents have on video, on surveillance, they can see migrants illegally in the border. They don't have the resources to catch them. And they literally see them go, literally get away. And here's why that's important, Representative, is because think about it. The majority of those that are illegal in our borders right now, they sit down. They sit down and they wait for Border Patrol. That's why the apprehension, even though 80% of Border Patrol agents aren't even on the line, because you'll have massive amounts of illegal aliens come and just sit down and wait for Border Patrol agents. So if that's the case, because they know they're going to be processed and released, why do we have a gotaway? Again, this is where I say you don't have to be border security experts. You just have to keep your common sense. And the common sense, the reason why we have gotaways is because in that population are some bad people. There are people that know if they get caught, they will be detained, they will be removed. And so that's why we have a gotaway. And Representative Schaefer is absolutely right. In the first 26 months of this administration, Border Patrol CBP has encountered 80,000 criminal aliens, including 132 convicted for murder. Think about how many murders, rapists, and pedophiles are among the 1.2
Let me jump in here. Okay, I think we've got, if you're going to tee up a softball, I'm going to make sure it's a short swing, okay? So we got 4 hours. What else do you have to ask?
I think he answered my question.
I think he did too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Make sure it's direct. Representative Slauson.
Mine is short and pointed. You mentioned the importance of de-incentivizing illegal migration across the border. So the question simply is, does this bill do that? And if there are other things you contemplate, we would like to hear them after the hearing. But does-
It does, because this is the one thing that the bill does, which I absolutely support, is it allows the state of Texas to detain and remove back to Mexico those that have illegal entering. That will serve as an incredible deterrence and serve to end, catch, and release. I promise you, if you end, catch, and release through an act of deterrence, proactive prevention, you will see a dramatic downplay in illegal immigration, and our ability to secure our border will go up.
Thank you.
We okay, members? We're going to call on you to be getting with the members that call on you, and they'll coordinate through Representative Schaefer. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I would like that because there's a lot of things to discuss that I think I can provide.
We
some,
appreciate it.
Some
Thank you.
information.
Jennifer Canales Pillay. I know you've already been up here. Jennifer, we've got you testifying on behalf of Immigrant Legal Resource Center itself against HB 20.
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Committee. Again, my name is Jennifer Canales Pelaez, and I am a Texas policy attorney and strategist with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. I am also the proud daughter of asylum seekers from El Salvador who came to the U.S. fleeing the Civil War. I also spent the first part of my career representing asylum seekers, some as young as 9 months old. But above all that, I am a Texan, and I am here to firmly oppose HB 20. HB 20 diverts billions, with a B, of state resources to fund Operation Lone Star, an unconstitutional scheme that is not protecting Texans. Operation Lone Star is costing us $100 million per month, whereas educating K through 12 students costs $9,871 per student per year. Committee members, respectfully, it is mind-boggling how this state that consistently ranks lowest in public education prefers to play games with our money and our lives in the name of a political stunt. Operation Lone Star has done nothing more than reward the militarization and destruction of Texas border communities at the expense of our people. We're all exhausted, but let this be a reminder that when our state government actively works against the people of Texas will not go quietly. We will not stop until our representatives actually represent our interests. The people of Texas has spoken. Vote no against HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions, members? Thank you so much. Angela Smith. Angela Smith. Angela Smith. Angela shows she registered on behalf of the Fredericksburg Tea Party and Self, registered for HB 20, but will show she did not testify. Koreans. I'm going to ask our interpreter to come up here again. And we're going to call, and so I'll spell it and say it. Siwagi, Sihwagi. And you've registered with Worry Juntos and Self against HB 20, correct?
Yes.
And so everybody remembers with the interpreter, you get 3 minutes. So try to make sure both of you get it within the time. Thank you, and go, and you're against HB 20,
Thank you.
correct?
Yes.
Go for it.
안녕하세요.
휴스턴에 있는 우리 훈토스 서비스 코디네이터 기시화입니다. 지금 추진되고 있는 HB20 법안을 반대합니다. 이 법안이 추진되면 아무도 아무런 책임도 지지 않고 또 텍사스에 살고 있는 모든 사람들이 인종차별에 휘둘리게 되며 국경 보호대에게 모든 주민의 생사 여탈 권한을 주는 것과 진배 없습니다. 우리는 이 인종차별적 폭력이 국경뿐만 아니라 미 전역 곳곳에서 발생한 일들을 이미 알고 있습니다. 엘파소 총격범은 침략이라고 하는 언어 사용을 흉내내기도 했고, 멤피스에서는 21세의 청년이 경찰의 과잉 진압으로 목숨을 잃은 것 등등, 이처럼 그러한 일들이 우리 이민자들에게도 생기지 않는다 누가 장담할 수 있겠습니까? 이 새로운 국경보호단을 만들어서 국민 세금을 허비, 낭비하지 마시고 주민을 위한 치안 강화 및 순찰 강화에 사용되어지기를 바랍니다. 차별 없는 텍사스, 안전하고 살기 좋은 텍사스가 되기를 소망합니다. HB20 법안 반대를 다시 한번 강력히 요청드립니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, my name is Shi Hua Ji, and I am a service coordinator at Woody Wantos in Houston, Texas. I oppose Texas Bill, House Bill 20. If this bill is passed, no one will be held accountable. Everyone living in Texas will be subject to racial discrimination, and the Border Patrol Unit will essentially be given the right to decide who lives and dies. We are already aware that racial violence exists, not only at the border, but across the whole nation. In El Paso, a shooter used aggression as his language. And in Memphis, a 21-year-old died due to the excessive force of police. Who is to say that these sort of incidents won't occur to us immigrants in the future? Rather than wasting our taxes on this Border Patrol unit, I hope that the money will be used to strengthen the public security and to strengthen patrols for the residents within the states. I hope that we can become a Texas without discrimination, a safe and livable Texas. Again, I strongly urge you to, all you to oppose Texas House Bill 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this one. Joshua Na, N.A. And it says Joshua registered on Uri Juntos and self against HB 20. And would you ask him if that is correct?
지금 그 20 반대하시려고 나오신 거죠?
네.
예.
Yes. Go right ahead.
말씀하세요.
친한 헌터 위원장님, 하원 국무위원 여러분, 저는 우리 훈토스에서 홍보 담당을 맡고 있는 조수아 나입니다. 입법부에서 상정 중인 HB20에 대해서 반대 의견을 나누고자 합니다. 현재 상정되고 있는 국정보호단 창설 및 운영 법안은 인도적 위기에 대한 군사적 대응을 성문화시키는 가장 위험천만한 법이라고 생각합니다. 인도적 인권이 말살되고 고통이 수반되지만 이러한 만행에 대하여 민사적, 형사적 책임을 질 사람은 아무도 없음을 알고 있습니다. 그러나 지금 추진 중인 일련의 법안들이 텍사스 안전을 위한 법안이라고 포장하고 있습니다. 저는 20년 동안 과테말라에서 선교 사역을 하면서 그대로 희망과 꿈을 보았고 그들이 왜 그토록 절박한 상황에서 위험한 선택을 할 수밖에 없는지 그 현장을 목격하였습니다. 그들은 돈을 많이 벌어서 잘 살려고 합니다. 그들은 어떠한 법에도 두려움이 없이 오직 미국에 가는 것이 그들의 꿈이고 희망입니다. 의원 여러분, 그들의 꿈은 어떠한 무력이나 법으로 다스리지 마시고 사랑과 자비를 인도해 주시기를 바랍니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다. 주님 은총이 함께 하시기를 기도합니다.
Dear Chairman Hunter and members of the House of Representatives, I am Joshua Na, Korean Senior Liaison at Uri Wantos. I would like to share my opposition to HB 20 proposed by the legislator. I believe the currently listed Border Patrol Unit Creation and Operation Bill is the most dangerous bill to codify the military response to humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian rights are obligated to suffering is involved, but we know that no one will be held civilly or criminally accountable. For these atrocities, however, a series of bills currently being packaged are promoted as bill for the safety of Texas. I saw their hopes and dreams while doing missionary work in Guatemala for 20 years. I have witnessed the sense of countless time why they have to make the risky choices in such a desperation situation. They want to live well. Coming to America is their only dream and hope. Dear representatives, I hope that you will guide them dreams with the love and mercy, not to force or law. Thank you for listening. I pray that the grace of the God, Lord, be made with you.
Thank you. And again, he's registered against HB 20, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
반대하시는 거죠?
반대요.
Yes, against.
Next is HYANG Suk Ri with Uri Juntos and self-registered against HB 20. And interpreter, could you verify that what I said is correct?
HB 20 반대하시는 거죠?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
읽어주세요.
친애하는 헌터 위원장님과 하원 국무위원 여러분, 저는 42년째 휴스턴에서 살고 있는 한국계 미국인 이향숙입니다. 제가 이 자리에 온 것은 HB 20 법안이 상정되고 있다고 하여 반대하러 왔어요. 인권이 존중되고 노력한 만큼 성공이 빠르다는 미국에 와서 40년간 세탁소를 운영하며 살았지요. 종업원들이 중남미 출신이었고 교회에서 매년 단기 선교를 멕시코 유카탄 지역으로 20년을 다니며 그들과 형제 자매처럼 지내고 있어요. 멕시코와 미국 국경 지대에서 벌어지고 있는 광경을 보고 화도 나고 불쌍하여 눈물도 납니다. 그들이 오죽하면 생명을 잃을지도 모르는 위험을 무릅쓰고 미국으로 오겠습니까? HB 20 법안으로 국경보호단이 생겨 그들에게 무소불위한 권한이 주어진다면 더욱 잔인해질 것 같아서 저는 절대 반대합니다. 인권 존중을 모토로 하는 미국에서 이런 가공할 법이 생긴다면 실망을 넘어 분노할 것입니다. 부디 우리 마음에 평화를 주시기를 간곡히 부탁드립니다. 제 의견을 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
Dear Chairman Hunter and members of the House State Affairs Committee, my name is Hyung Ri, and I am a Korean American who's been residing in Houston for past 42 years. I am here today to state my opposition against the HB 20. I left my beloved hometown and came to America where human rights were said to be respected and success was said to be proportional to our efforts. And in this country, I lived a stable life running a laundry business for 40 years. Our employees were mostly from Latin America. So we all went to a short mission trip to Yucatan, Mexico every year for 20 years. We still spend time with each other like brothers and sisters. Seeing the current situation with the Mexico-American borders simultaneously angers me to bring tears to my eyes. How desperate must be for these people to have been willingly risk their lives in attempt to cross the border. If HB 20 leads to establishment of border protection unit with nearly unrestricted power, I'm afraid the current situation will be worsened and bring more violence. Thus, I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you. And she is against HB 20, correct?
반대하시는 거죠, 그렇죠? Yes.
Thank you both very much.
또 있나?
Joshua Trevino. Joshua, we have you with the Texas Public Policy Foundation
Yes, sir.
for HB 20, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 20, which would create a Texas Border Protection Unit under the control of the Texas Department of Public Safety. The foundation supports the passage of HB 20 and the creation of a dedicated border protection unit that focuses upon securing our long frontier with Mexico. Although the Constitution proposes the primary responsibility for the protection of our borders with the federal government, it does not thereby strip the states of the power to defend themselves. Despite the Supreme Court of the United States' erroneous decision in AZ versus the United States in 2012, there is in fact nothing preventing the states from asserting what the late Justice Scalia described in his partial concurrence as, quote, what most would consider the defining characteristic of sovereignty, the power to exclude from the sovereign's territory people who have no right to be there. It is this power reserved to the states under the 10th Amendment and also explicitly granted to them under the Article 1, Section 10 invasion power that HB 20 references and operationalizes. That operationalization is profoundly necessary now as the federal government fails to fully execute its own duty to secure the border and as the Mexican state continues to disintegrate into a patchwork of cartel control interspersed with colluding governance at every level. The effects on Texas at this point are well known and well documented, from corruption of Texas public officials to criminality in Texas communities to insecurity in Texas homes and beyond. The most tragic victims are, of course, the Texans who succumb to addiction and even death by way of trafficked fentanyl, and the migrants themselves who are victimized by the traffickers, cartels, and corrupt Mexican elites empowered by a loosely enforced border. It is past time to enforce that border. Texas must step up with its full constitutional powers brought to bear. HB 20 is a positive effort in that direction. It is a necessary first step, and we therefore urge its passage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any questions, member? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Catherine Vargas. Okay, Catherine, we have you registered as yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
My name is Catherine Vargas. I'm representing myself, opposed to HB 20. My son, who you hear from in a little bit, knows that I'm an involved Texan. I'm here at the Capitol here and there and requested that I let him come if there were any big bills around migrants. When I told him this hearing notice had been posted, he got nervous about speaking in front of people, which shocked me, because earlier this year, he starred as Mowgli in the local production of The Jungle Book. He looked at me seriously and said, "Mom, that was pretend. This is people's lives." He's 9 and he gets it, so I don't believe that some of you don't get it. Last year, I had my eyes open to how show me your papers bills like this one could impact my own family when my son was profiled by a staff member at his school. Because of our last name and his brown skin, she assumed that he was not born here and sent us unsolicited information for a program for immigrant students. I was floored. I even forwarded it to several people hoping they would tell me I misunderstood what was happening. I'm proudly Hispanic, but racial profiling is not my lived experience. Alternatively, my husband, who is brown, first-generation Mexican-American, was angry but not at all surprised. This is his lived experience. Under this bill, regular citizens like that staff member could be deputized to detain, deter, and arrest suspected immigrants in any county, including our affluent suburb that is nowhere near the border under an invasion order from the governor. Or, like the bill authors, Tylertown, also nowhere near the border. Coming here today, I had to prepare my son for what he was going to hear, for unkind, untruthful comments about immigrants like his grandmother. I also had to prepare myself for hearing these words. many of which were included in the El Paso shooter's manifesto he wrote before he drove over 600 miles from our community to murder 23 people who look like my husband and children. Representative Schaefer spoke some untruths. He talked about immigrants coming in with weapons, but he's also on the record saying he believes they have a right to bear arms. He talked about...
And so we're clear, again, you're against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Asher Vargas, correct?
Yes.
So Asher, you're registered for yourself against HB 20, correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
My name is Asher Vargas. I am representing myself, and I am here to oppose HB 20. I volunteer a lot at migrant welcome centers. I help by sorting clothes because sometimes they don't have what they need. I also help by serving food. I help my dad with planning their airplane schedules with their families to reunite them. I find joy in helping the migrants. It just feels so good to help others. The migrants come seeking peace and better lives, just like my abuelita did. This bill will make it harder for them, which is not very kind. Do you want to be known as a hateful, unwelcoming state? I know I don't. I want to be known as the friendship state. Just because people come from another place doesn't mean they can't have a positive impact on the world. They are not dangerous people. My abuelita came from Guerrero, Mexico in the 80s. My dad and my uncle were born here and are firefighters, and my uncle is also a Navy veteran. My dad and my uncle not only save lives, but they risk their lives for others. They help serve our community like many other immigrants. My abuelita might have come from somewhere else, but eventually she became a U.S. citizen. This bill would be saying that this is no longer possible for people like her. That means people can't start new lives with their families here. The poem at the feet of the Statue of Liberty says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tidbits tossed to me. I left my lamp beside the golden door. People who come from other places are tired from long journeys, and we should welcome them and give them the care they need. I am 9 years old, and even I know that's what you adults should be focusing on. So please don't vote for this."
You did a good job on the time.
Thank you.
I want you to know that, Asher. Thank you all for being here. Thank you
Good job,
very much. That's the only time I'm letting y'all applaud. You see, Matt Schaefer thought that was for him. I want you to...
He knows better,
Thaddeus Cleveland.
and I know better.
Thaddeus Cleveland. Thaddeus Cleveland. We show Thaddeus is the sheriff of Terrell County who registered for HB 20 and will note that he did not testify. Roy Boyd. Roy Boyd. Roy Boyd. Will note that he is he registered as Goliad County Sheriff and self for HB 20, and we will note he did not testify. Nelson Barnes. Nelson, we show you've registered for the 452nd District Attorney's Office, neutral on HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm a little leery to what I want to bring up right now, and it reminds me of when my first child was going to be born, and we were discussing names, and I thought I came up with a very creative name. Her mother did not. The line item veto came in, and I was removed from my suggestion. As Representative Schaefer has named his bill, his child, But in the rule, under the thought of unintended consequences, I would like, as the committee has talked about, they're going to meet on the bill, to consider the issue that the Border Prosecution Unit currently exists in Government Code 752, Subchapter B. And with this Border Protection Unit, if it comes to life, it will inevitably be known as BPU. We are known as BPU. We're statutorily named BPU. And as Representative Raymond earlier had that slip when he talked about Border Prosecution Unit instead of Border Protection Unit, I just ask you to consider the possibility of that confusion, both from funding, from job duties, from responsibilities, and who's in charge of who as we would interact in these areas.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Representative Raymond?
Hold on. So what was the name that you wanted to?
I didn't have a suggestion. The name I wanted to talk, my daughter's name is Ashley Claire Barnes, and her original name that I had come up with that I thought was great was going to be Erin Claire Barnes. And I'm a middle name person, and my first name is William, and I have always gone by Nelson. My parents have never called me anything else. So I do WM period, short for Nelson. My suggestion to her and her mother was that we could name her, she could use E with the period to shorten the first name of Erin, and she could be E. Claire Barnes, and I could call her Daddy's Pastry, which I thought might be kind of cute, but we're a family of chunky people, and that was not yeah.
Well, we got to keep you two on the bill.
Well, I have to say, just because I have to, but my first child's name was Aaron. Sounds the same, but spelled differently.
Great minds.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Priscilla Olivares. Priscilla, we have you registered on behalf of the Immigrant Legal Resource Center and self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
My name is Priscilla Olivares, and I'm a policy attorney at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. In its introductory language, HB 20 reads, quote, "Texas is in imminent danger," end quote. While this is true, it's not for the reasons stated in the bill. I believe Texas is in imminent danger of losing what makes our state great, our diversity and the humanity and kindness we show to each other, including asylum seekers. Earlier, Representative Schaefer discussed how an enormous amount of money is being spent in the last few years addressing border issues. Well, I want to remind this committee, a state prosecutor tasked with prosecuting cases under Operation Lone Star has called OLS, quote, "a waste of time and money," end quote. Let's be clear. HB 20 would codify this waste, and it would be at the expense of our communities. On the Texas legislative website, it states, quote, "the fiscal implications of the bill," referring to HB 20, "while assumed to be significant, cannot be determined at this time due to the size and scope of the Border Protection Unit being unknown," end quote. This is appalling. Before any such significant action is taken, the fiscal implications, the quote, "cost" on our communities should be known. I deserve better. Texans deserve better. You want a solution to the humanitarian crisis? Misusing our taxpayer money to criminalize asylum seekers who, again, seeking asylum is a right under our nation's law. To racially profile our community members and violate the supremacy clause of our Constitution clearly is not that solution. HB 20 is not that solution. Representative Schaefer respectfully is misleading the committee and using the fentanyl tragedy to falsely criminalize asylum seekers. I expect more from our leaders. As stated earlier, over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points or interior vehicle checkpoints, not on illegal migration routes. Schaefer equates migration and seeking asylum with evasion. Let's be clear. We are not in imminent danger from asylum seekers.
Thank you, and we've got you registered against HB 20.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've got...
Don't go.
We have different rules.
Oh, sorry. I thought they were going to ask questions.
Well... Because I saw We have a question from one of our chairs.
Great, yes, I'd love to be a resource as I work at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. And I do have a legal question for you with respect to the trespass clause in this bill and the fact that it will be applied regardless of a person's immigration status. So in essence, we're just heightening the offense of trespass to a third-degree felony?
Correct, and so an example of a third-degree felony is kidnapping. So it would be equating people seeking asylum who happen to trespass on private property, unknowingly trespass, could be charged with committing a third-degree felony.
And this could be someone not just entering from our southern border, but also from the east, the north, the west.
That's correct. The language, I don't have it in front of me, but it's broadly written, and it says neighboring jurisdiction, which is very concerning. I would ask the drafters to look at that because it seems to imply anybody that's coming from a neighboring state could be.
Louisiana, from
Correct.
Oklahoma, from New Mexico.
Correct.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I felt I had to ask you a question also because I think we're wearing matching dresses.
Oh.
Not really. You're an attorney, so I want to ask you also about the trespass because if an individual is charged with a third-degree felony, what rights do they have? Does that mean that they're entitled to an attorney under the law?
Right, they would be entitled to an attorney. They could have one appointed to them, or they could seek criminal defense attorney as well.
So under the language of the bill, if we have millions of people who are arrested and charged, every single one of those is entitled to an attorney, right? Who pays for that, from your understanding?
I mean, I think it's a good question. We've seen with Operation Lone Star that taxpayers are paying for that when these individuals are being charged. These individuals trying to seek asylum, they're being charged with misdemeanor offenses. They're being appointed attorney, and that's costing taxpayers a significant amount of money. And so that type of cost would continue.
Okay, and in addition to that cost, if a third-degree felony, does that mean that they would be incarcerated in the local jails, from your understanding?
Correct. I mean, under Operation Lone Star, there's been this separate legal system, and individuals are being incarcerated and prevented from seeking asylum. So it seems in the spirit of that would continue, and they would be incarcerated and criminalized.
So if under this bill, individuals would be arrested by the millions and charged with this third-degree felony and put in the local jails, do the local jails, from what you're seeing, have the capacity to hold all these individuals who are being charged with the third-degree felony trespass?
Well, I want to clarify, I'm not a criminal defense attorney, I'm an immigration and policy attorney, but from my understanding, yes, like this system is already overburdened in many ways, our judicial system and the carceral system as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Now, members, we have another interpreter. We're going to ask our interpreter to come up. Emma Alanis. Now, just so we can go over this again, Emma Alanis is registered for Lupi and Self against HB 20, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's 3 minutes combined, so make sure you have time for the interpretation. Go right ahead.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Emma Alanis. Soy un miembro activo de la Unión del Pueblo Entero y líder comunitario de mi colonia Curry Estates. En marzo de este año presentaron el proyecto de ley HB 20, una ley peligrosa y racista, una ley que de ser aprobada afectaría a la ya muy vulnerable a la comunidad fronteriza. Una de las propuestas de esta ley es crear una unidad de protección fronteriza de Texas que se le permitiría contratar ciudadanos comunes simplemente con que no hayan cometido ninguna felonía. Y ellos podrían arrestar, detener y disuadir a inmigrantes de cualquier condado nada más por ser sospechosos. Los primeros que buscarían ser contratados bajo esta ley serían las personas racistas y antiinmigrantes, lo que ocasionaría un gran caos y le permitiría seguir cometiendo abusos sin consecuencia civil o criminal. Y para ponerle, como quien dice, la cereza al pastel, si sobreviven y no pierden la vida como tantos inmigrantes que la han perdido en manos de los policías, todavía recibirían cargos de felonía y una fianza no menos de $10,000. Por eso les pido a ustedes, nuestros representantes, que voten en contra de la HB 20 por ser leyes terriblemente discriminatorias. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Hello, my name is Emma Alanis. I'm an active member of Unión de Pueblo Entero, and I'm a leader in the community in my neighborhood, Curry Estates. In March of this year, they presented a project of law, HB 20, a law that is very dangerous and very racist, a law that, if it approved, could affect the already very vulnerable border community. One of the proposals in this law is to create a new unit of protection in the border that would be allowed to hire citizens, common everyday citizens, and just as long as they don't have a felony arrest. They would be able to arrest and hold and dissuade any immigrants of any county just because they are suspicious. The first that would be seeking to be hired under this would be those persons who are racist and anti-immigrants, which would cause a great chaos and would allow them to continue committing the abuses and having no consequences, either civil or criminal. And to put the cherry on the cake, if they survive and don't lose their lives, as so many that have been died at the hands of the police.
Thank you, and she is opposed to HB 20, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Gracias.
Maria Cordero. And again, we show Maria registered as herself against HB 20. Is that correct?
Correcto.
Go right ahead.
Adelante.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Cordero, vivo en la frontera, en Brownsville, Texas, y bajo Operación Lone Star, las comunidades y personas que vivimos en la frontera hemos vivido el hostigamiento de DPS y la militarización de nuestras comunidades. El Estado ha utilizado $4 billones a expensas de los contribuyentes. La legislatura no debería de crear otra agencia bajo DPS. El contratar individuos civiles sin experiencia, sin capacitación apropiada y además otorgarles inmunidad legal garantiza violaciones civiles y constitucionales, no solo hacia los residentes fronterizos, sino a todos los que vivimos en Texas que no somos blancos. Esta legislatura debe de centrarse en temas realmente importantes y urgentes para nuestras comunidades fronterizas, como lo son infraestructura pública, servicios sociales, educativos, salud y desabasto de energía. HB 20 es un esfuerzo más para criminalizar a la comunidad inmigrante, lanza una narrativa de persecución bajo perfil racial de individuos motivados por un sentido racista y sin ningún esfuerzo de transparencia ni rendición de cuentas. El proyecto HB 20 debe ser rechazado ya que nos afecta a todos los que vivimos en Texas, pero sobre todo porque criminaliza a las comunidades de color y es inaceptable exponernos a investigaciones y búsquedas basadas en nuestro perfil. No importa dónde vivamos, cada persona en Texas debe de sentirse seguro en su vida diaria sin temor al acoso debido al idioma que hablamos o a nuestro color de piel. Instamos al Congreso a votar no a HB 20, ya que su implementación resultaría en comunidades temerosas de acceder a servicios básicos para mantenerse a sí mismos y proveer para sus familias. Lo que las comunidades fronterizas necesitamos es que ustedes, nuestros representantes, escuchen nuestras voces, nuestras prioridades y trabajen en ellas.
Good evening. My name is Maria Cordero. I live in the border in Brownsville, Texas. Under the OLS, the communities and people that live in the border, we've lived under pressure from DPS and militarization of our communities. The state has been utilizing $4 billion at the expense of the contributors. The legislature should not create another agency under DPS. hiring individuals, civil individuals without experience or capabilities, adequate training, and besides would giving them immunity legally and guaranteeing no civil right violations would not only against the residents in the border, but against everybody that lives in Texas that is not white. This legislation must center in the really important urgent things for our community, which is infrastructure, public services, social services, health, and lack of energy.
Thank you very much, and you are against HB 20, correct?
En contra.
Thank you very much. Blanca Munoz. Thank you. And for the record, it shows Blanca Munoz is with Lupe and self against HB 20. Is that correct? HB 20 against?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Blanca Muñoz, vengo de McAllen, soy líder de la Unión del Pueblo Entero, Lupe.
Good evening. I'm Blanca Munoz. I'm from McAllen. I'm a leader in the group and I'm a leader in my community.
Estoy aquí por el mismo propósito que ya hemos oído casi a la mayoría de gente que está aquí y eso quiere decir mucho que no estamos en contra de esa ley que...
I'm here for the same reason as the majority of the others around here, around me, that we all, again, a lot of us are against this, the implementation of this law.
Yo he sido testiga de muchas familias que han sido maltratadas simplemente porque no saben español o vienen de otro país, porque yo soy voluntaria en varios albergues en McAllen, incluyendo la de Caridades Católicas y muchos otros, a donde quiera asisto.
I've been a witness to many discrimination and many mistreatment of people just because they don't have the proper language and they're not white.
Yo hablo con ellos y los hago sentir con seguridad que no se sientan mal, que todo va a cambiar, pero no dejan de sentirse mal. Yo los defiendo, yo hablo por ellos y me dicen por qué hace esto, porque son seres humanos así como usted y como yo y tienen el mismo derecho que tenemos para ellos, que sean tratados con respeto y dignidad, porque se lo merecen, son trabajadores.
I speak with them and they keep asking me why I'm doing this, and I keep telling them because they are humans and they are also human beings. So I speak with them and I tell them that things are going to be better, and I hope to be telling the truth. I hope that the things will be better, but they keep asking me why you're still doing this, and I work with those local immigrant communities.
Sí, es lo que hago y me siento mal por ellos porque me platican y con lágrimas en sus ojos y a mí me duele todo eso porque soy una persona muy sentimental que amo a mi prójimo, amo a mi vecino, no le hace como sea, es mi hermano en Cristo y yo lo amo.
It hurts me very much when they talk to me and when they tell me about this, because I'm a Christian person and I love my neighbors, and it hurts me very much when they talk to me and they tell me about all the discrimination and all the problems.
Yo les hablo con palabras de darles seguridad y me dicen ellos, nosotros nos venimos de nuestro país huyendo porque la violencia y todo nos quitaron todo y nos venimos para acá buscando el sueño americano y mire en las manos.
We speak with you because we're here running away from the violence and the persecution in our country, and we're here with our open arms.
And she's against HB 20.
Sí, estoy en contra de eso.
Gracias, señor. Thank you.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Dios los bendiga.
Dina Nunez. We have
La tenemos a usted.
Dina registered
Registrada.
for Border Workers United and Self
Border Workers United y por
against HB 20. Is that correct?
¿Correcto eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you.
Adelante.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Dina Núñez, organizadora comunitaria con Border Workers United en Brownsville, Texas. Estoy aquí en representación de nuestras comunidades fronterizas, siendo una zona muy sacrificada por tanta militarización que causa temor y miedo al salir a trabajar y ser deportados sin un proceso legal. No queremos más militarización, no aprobamos HB 20, nos resistimos a estas propuestas de ley que el gobernador Gregavo y su gabinete quieren apoyar. Esta no es la solución a la crisis humanitaria en la frontera. No somos criminales y con Operación Lone Star solo ha causado puros prejuicios raciales, dividiendo nuestras familias y nuestras comunidades. Nosotros solo buscamos protección y una vida mejor. Pedimos a ustedes su voto en contra de HB 20. Si el gobernador le preocupa la crisis humanitaria, les pedimos que centren en la rendición de cuentas y supervisión en nuestra frontera y busquen soluciones a las causas de la migración y a reunificar nuestras familias en vez de aplicar estas propuestas de leyes que causarían mucha desconfianza en nuestras comunidades para denunciar delitos. También tendrían temor en buscar atención médica y aumentaría la violencia y la discriminación en los inmigrantes y los refugiados en la frontera. Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Dina Nunez. I'm an organizer in the community with Border Workers United in Brownsville, Texas. I am here representing our community in the border, being a very damaged zone because of the amount of militarization which creates fear, fear of leaving your house, fear of going to work and being detained and deported without due process. We don't want any more militarization. We do not want HB 20. We resist to these proposals of Governor Abbott and his cabinet. This is not a solution to the crisis of a humanitarian crisis in the border. We are not criminals, and with Operation Lone Star, it just creates more prejudice, more racial prejudice, and it divides the communities. We are only looking for protection and for a better life. We ask that you vote no to HB 20. We ask you that you center yourself in the rendition of accounts and the supervision of our border and look for solutions of the causes of migration and the reunification of families, instead of applying this proposal of law just to create more distrust in the community and to denounce crimes. We have a lot of fear, and people are afraid to even look for medical attention. The violence would increase and the discrimination on immigrants.
And she is against HB 20. Thank you very much.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
I think that's it for Spanish. That's it for Spanish?
That's it. Charles Maley. Charles Maley. Charles Maley. Will show that Charles registered for the South Texans Property Rights Association and Self for HB 20, but did not testify. Mark Meckler. Mark Meckler. Mark Meckler. Will show that Mark registered for Convention of States Action and Self neutral on HB 20, but did not testify. Carrie Cheshire. Carrie, we show you've registered for yourself for HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
All right, Chairman Hunter, members of the committee, my name is Kerry Cheshire, and here to testify on behalf of myself in favor of House Bill 20. House Bill 20 is a crucial bill that will empower Texas to defend our state from the invasion of further illegal aliens, an invasion that is aided and supported by the Biden administration, NGOs, and Amnesty First groups like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. All of these groups have placed their political and business agendas over the safety, security, and sovereignty of the American people. Mr. Anchia, you asked an excellent question earlier during the testimony on House Bill 7 when you asked if the Texas border has ever been secure. The answer is no. The federal government has never secured the U.S. border, and it will never secure the Texas border. But Texas can. By passing House Bill 20, we can have a secure border. Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution empowers Texas to defend its borders against illegal immigration and put citizens first. As every Texan knows, illegal immigration has far-reaching consequences that impact our communities, economy, and public safety. It strains our healthcare system, our education system, burdens our law enforcement, and jeopardizes jobs for legal Texas citizens. We have the right to determine who enters our state and under what circumstances they enter. As President Donald Trump said, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. But House Bill 20 isn't just about upholding the law. It's about safeguarding human dignity and agency. Illegal immigration involves dangerous journeys for vulnerable individuals, including women, children, and families who are exploited, trafficked, and abused. By passing House Bill 20, we can prevent them from falling into the hands of the narco-terrorist cartels who do have operational control of our border. Thank you, Representative Schaefer, for your work on this vital legislation. I ask each of you to support this bill to protect our state and put Texans first. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. And again, you're for HB 20. Representative Anchia.
Hey, Kerry. So since you called me out on my discussion of House Bill 7, if the border has never been secure, right, has there always been an invasion?
I believe that this legislation should have been passed years ago. I think we would have benefited substantially from it.
Yeah, but non-responsive. So if you said that the border has never been secure, has there always been an invasion ongoing that would have triggered?
Mr. Anchia, have you ever heard of the phrase, the best time to plant a tree is before, the second best time is now? The best time to secure the border is right now, Mr. Anchia.
Okay. Again, not responsive. But is the invasion that you talked about, you know, the fact that you know, as Donald Trump said, if we don't have a border, we don't have a country, that you're talking about the immigrants, right? They're invading?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The immigrants are invading. And then you also sort of put them in the frame as the victims. So are they in the invaders or the victims? Because you said,
Well,
hey,
you have both.
okay. So would someone who comes here illegally be a victim?
People who come here illegally are victimized oftentimes as they come here. They're often victimized when they get here.
Are they also
by businesses who exploit them?
If they come
and we are victims too.
If they come here on an undocumented basis, are they invaders?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Kerry.
Thank you, sir.
Alexis Bay. Alexis, we have you registered for Texas Civil Rights Project and Self against HB 20, correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thanks, y'all. My name is Alexis Bay. I'm the legislative coordinator with the Beyond Borders program at the Texas Civil Rights Project. I am also a proud border Texan from the Rio Grande Valley. Right off the bat, we just want to say that there are so many provisions in this bill that are in violation of U.S. v. Arizona, and we definitely are incredibly concerned about how this bill would violate the Supremacy Clause. Another concern is we did review the substituted language for HB 20 in regards to the non-commissioned officers. Definitely want to say that the bare minimum requirements that were put into the substitute are the floor. definitely do not match up to the requirements that are required for DPS troopers, but also these new requirements in the substitute do not contemplate a few things, and neither does the bill. First and foremost, as it has come up in some earlier, more powerful testimony, nothing in the requirements for the non-commissioned officers would address racial profiling of non-citizens and citizens of the state of Texas. So people all over the state may be at risk of racial profiling because there is definitely not going to be adequate training, as is currently in the substitutes language. And that is going to put a lot of fear in the community, especially, for example, in my home region of the Valley, over 50% of households are mixed status households, which means there's at least one immigrant in the household. And so, you know, a U.S. citizen child, already many of them live in fear of being separated from their parents for decades or the rest of their life due to deportation. These types of officers would just, these non-commissioned officers would just amplify that fear and that anxiety. There's also a lot of concern about, there's nothing in the bill that contemplates what are these non-commissioners officers going to do when they encountered an unaccompanied minor.
Thank you, Alexis. And again, you're against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you, Representative Anchia.
So I've got a couple of questions about the bill. You know, while the headquarters of this BPU, of this unit is going to be in South Texas, this bill applies statewide, right? As far as you can tell.
As far as we can tell, there is this part that says any county. And again, we heard earlier in terms of the trespass, you know, any neighboring jurisdiction, right? And so I think anyone in the state of Texas has, as is written now in the substitute, could have reason to believe that they would make contact with BPU office.
Right, so these units, they could set up checkpoints in Dallas, they could set up checkpoints in East Texas, in Cook County, Fort Worth, right? Nothing in the bill limits that.
Exactly. I mean, the language in the bill, you know, it has this sort of, this phrasing of, you know, whatever will push the mission forward, right? And again, checkpoints, you know, that's really problematic because, again, then people without status may avoid going to the hospital because they fear having to go through a checkpoint and face deportation.
That's a really good point. They could set up outside a church. Like, for example, we have a heavy immigrant population in Dallas that attends Our Lady of Guadalupe, about 11,000 people every Sunday. They could set up outside the church in Dallas, right? Mm-hmm. And ask people for, not even arrest them, but just ask them for immigration status, right? Because I'm always interested in the interplay with the Papers, Please bill, that was SB4 from a couple sessions ago by the same author, and then this bill, right? So you could have these units of civilians that with not the same kind of training as troopers outside of the chain of command of Colonel McCraw that could set up anywhere in the state and set up a checkpoint and ask people for immigration status. Is that how you read this bill?
As we read the bill, that could definitely be a possibility.
Right, because the Papers, Please bill from a couple of sessions ago said, hey, even in a Terry stop, you don't need an arrest. You can ask somebody to prove their U.S. citizenship, right? Yes. And that was law enforcement. Now you've got these officers that can be deployed anywhere and ask people for their immigration status, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I think you've reviewed the bill probably more extensively than a lot of us have had the chance to. With respect to some of the personnel that's prescribed by the bill, is the unit chief required to have any qualifications that you've seen in the bill?
Oh, so I couldn't answer that right now, but I'm more than happy for us to send something over to your office and to the entire committee to go more deeper on the unit chief in terms of qualifications.
Okay. Okay. And my next question, I'm guessing you have the same answer, but the bill talks about the unit chief can appoint or shall appoint deputy unit chiefs and assistant chiefs. Do you know if they're required to have any specific qualifications?
So I don't know the specific qualifications. I can say the substitute has added more language to that. And again, we're more than happy to send over some analysis of those additions.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd send that to the clerk, and then we'll share it with the author, Mr. Schaefer, too.
Of course.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Hold on. Chair, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question sort of building on what Chairman Anchia was discussing, and that's with respect to the statewide impact, specifically with respect to the felony trespass. So my interpretation of this bill is there's a lot of people from the Dallas area that travel to Oklahoma, for example, to go to the casinos or my interpretation, you tell me if this is what you're reading, is that these civilian units can set up shop either on or near the border, can stop American citizens, ask them for the proof of papers, proof of citizenship. But two, if an individual crosses the border, even if they're a citizen, and under the language of the bill, do not have the consent of the owner, and it's a neighboring jurisdiction, whether that be Oklahoma, Louisiana, whatever state, an American citizen can be charged with a felony trespass if they did not have the consent and it was a neighboring jurisdiction. Is that your interpretation?
Yes, so I'm looking at the substitute, right? So this is subchapter D, section 752.101, civil penalty. That is, as I read this, that scenario could happen in this language because it specifically says, regardless of immigration status, right? So this could apply to citizens, this could apply to all sorts of folks. It says, neighbor jurisdictions. It doesn't clarify, what are the neighboring jurisdictions. And again, it has such a severe penalty. It's almost, our reading of it is to jump something that has always been a misdemeanor since time immemorial into a third-degree felony is very cruel. There's also concerns that we have about double jeopardy in that addition in the substitute.
And what's the penalty for third-degree felony?
I don't know if that's.
Is it the 2 to 10 years and a fine up to $10,000? So
yes.
An American citizen can be charged
up to $10,000. It cannot exceed $10,000
and be incarcerated for 2 to 10 years under this felony trespass for crossing the border without the consent of a property owner, correct?
That's correct. And it also should be noted that that third-degree felony could have a serious negative impact in immigrants' asylum cases as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
David Carter. David, we have you registered with Texas chapter of the Minuteman Civil Defense Corps, MCDC, and SELF, and you're neutral on HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. I would like to put into the record that I have wrote then you can write this down, this is a quote, the Texas Legislative Guide, Reducing Illegal Immigration. I wrote this back in 2011 on a website, and it can be found at Develop Candidates, all run together, developcandidates.wordpress.com. I wrote it years ago for you folks, and I think things have heated up. You might find it interesting now. One of the things I've heard a lot today is that this bill, House Bill 20, would affect asylum seekers. I've had personal conversations with folks that live in Kinney County, and which is, they have a little section of the border that's between ports of entry. And there's two kinds of illegal immigrants. There's those that come here to seek asylum, and they already know, they've been well informed by the Biden administration that they can come in and just sit down and turn themselves in, and they'll be processed for asylum. The reason they enter between ports of entry, like in Kinney County, is because they already have criminal records. They're bad guys. They're not here seeking a better life. And so they come to a place where they hope they don't get caught, because if they get caught, they're not going to get asylum or anything else. They're going to get time. Federal law says that first entry into the U.S. is a misdemeanor, 6 months, up to 6 months jail. On the second entry, it's a felony. And so there's been some confusion on that thrown around a lot today, whether misdemeanor or felony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. And again, you're neutral on HB 20, correct?
That's right. There's some issues about it that need to be fixed. I'll work with the author.
Thank you. Thank you. And get with the author's office. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Aaron Hernandez. Aaron, we have you registered for Texas Rising and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name's Aaron Hernandez. For the past 4 years, I've been pursuing a career in national security. It's because of that I stand in opposition to HB 20. There was a lot of things that I wanted to talk about, how this bill created a central authority that went straight from the governor, how it circumvented our democratic processes with high-ranking law enforcement, such as sheriffs, such as constables, how there's no accountability for the state of what these people do. And trust me, that's gonna come, because our current current Customs and Border Patrol has over 300 accusations of sexual assault. So, what I want to talk about is misconceptions at the border. A lot of people come up here and talk about women and children and how they get involved with cartel. Migrants aren't stupid. They know what they're doing when it comes to the cartel. The only reason why they come to the cartel to get to the United States is because they understand that when they go to the port of entry, they're gonna be detained or they're gonna be left alone on the other side of the border. This is why women and children are being handed to the cartel, why there are children all alone. Secondly, let's talk about the ports of entry in Article 1, Section 6. The ports of entry, as Representative Schaefer states, is something that he wants to get down to. Maybe it won't be at the port of entry itself, maybe it'll be right down the road, but his use of Article 1, Section 6 isn't going to help. In fact, it's unconstitutional. This isn't an invasion. It doesn't fit the definition of foreign power or an invasion of state. So what are some solutions? I remember one of the people on the committee asked for a possible solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And I want you to get the solutions you have to the clerk, and then we'll share it with the committee and Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Tom Glass. Tom, we have you registered for Texas Constitutional Enforcement and yourself for HB 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
I guess I'll start. Texas Constitutional Enforcement main expertise brought to this particular issue is the relationship between the federal government and the state government and the Constitution, what the Constitution says about that. Our main reason for supporting this bill is because it does what I call goes around US v. Arizona. It takes us out of immigration and puts us into security. And Article 1, Section 10 has that unless clause in there, actually invaded or in imminent danger. And once that portion of the Constitution is invoked, the people of Texas and our representatives have what the lawyers and judges call plenary power to do what is necessary to protect the people of Texas. And I think we're way far beyond imminent danger, which this bill talks about. We're in clear and present danger. And therefore, we need to take advantage of that. I know that it gets messy when we get to talk trying to talk about security versus immigration. And the part of the reason why it's messy is because of the bizarre way the federal government is enforcing or not enforcing federal law. I mean, you should be able to go to the port of entry and get asylum processed. And so, but we're not, and the way the federal government is implementing the law today forces people to go to the cartels, and that's wrong. And then the cartels are using the immigrants to surge across the border so that they can bring all the other illegal stuff that they want to do, like the fentanyl and the sleeper cells for terrorism, and all the people that know that they wouldn't get processed through that are bad guys. And so they're abusing immigration to get this. And that's why Article 1, Section 10 is so important.
Thank you, Tom. And again, for HB 20.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen Wu. Stephen, we have you registered for the Wuri Juntos and yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
All right. My name is Stephen Wu, Organizing and Policy Manager for Wuri Juntos, and I'm here to testify against HB 20. I'm going to be honest, this bill is very terrifying. It's terrifying for our immigrants and migrant communities, not just along the Texas-Mexico border, but throughout the states. This bill claims to want to protect Texans from the drug cartel, from fentanyl poisoning, from trespassing, from communicable diseases. It would accomplish none of that. If you believe this policy would serve as a deterrent for migration, I'm sorry, it won't. Drug cartels will take advantage of this bill's bottlenecking effect, where migrants will be prime targets for violent attacks, potentially leading to an increase of drug and human trafficking. Title 42 and OLS have already shown us that it has done nothing to slow down migration or slow the spread of COVID-19. They've just forced migrants to use more dangerous crossings. What this bill would do is move our state closer to the autocratic governments like China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. By creating this unaccountable border protection unit, OLS will evolve into something more dangerous, expensive, and brazenly unconstitutional. There's nothing to stop an extremist from joining and intentionally hurting people, potentially someone you know. More importantly, I'm thinking of the individuals and families who are just trying to survive and seek a better life. I got a text message last week asking if we could help a migrant mom and her 7-year-old son who just crossed the southern border seek shelter and interpretation. They're Chinese. I immediately thought of how that could have been my mom and me if circumstances were different, and how if this bill were law and they were forced to dangerously enter the US, their livelihoods would forever be ruined, or worse, their lives lost.
Thank you, sir, and you're against HB 20, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Appreciate it. R.G. Hellman. RJ, we've got you for Texans for Strong Borders registering for HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
All right, I'm RJ Hammond, Senior Counselor at Texans for Strong Borders. You know, we're experiencing an unprecedented surge of illegal aliens crossing our southern border and costing our state $13.4 billion a year. The current administration has no interest in combating it, but instead abusing federal immigration laws and allowing those to cross the border illegally to remain in the country indefinitely. All they care about is streamlining unlawful processing of frivolous asylum seekers who cross multiple borders to get here for economic reasons. In the face of the crisis, how do we address it? Well, there's a novel solution, and it's in front of us today. We must declare an invasion at Article 1, Section 10, which clearly references invasion and imminent danger. While these terms do not have a specific definition, they must be legally applied in the broader sense with the intent of those who wrote the Constitution. Broadly speaking, invasion is an unwelcome intrusion into another's domain. This certainly comports with the views of Madison, who thought this power was appropriate to combat smugglers, and Sam Houston, who thought the power sufficient to combat cross-border bandits. The Texas Constitution also shows the power to combat invasions is clearly vested in the governor, as Article 4, Section 7 says. Thankfully, HB 20, introduced and strengthened by Representative Schaefer, rightfully acknowledges the invasion at the border and the authority of Texas to confront it. We urge swift passage. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Lisette Castillo. Lisette Castillo. Lisette Castillo. So we'll note that Lisette registered on behalf of Detention Watch Network and Self against HB 20, but did not testify. David Stout. David, we have you registered as for El Paso County and yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, David Stout, El Paso County Commissioner here, testifying on behalf of El Paso County against HB 20. It's becoming increasingly more frustrating for folks like myself in El Paso having to protect the border from legislators who do not live on the border and know nothing about the border except for maybe what they see on Fox News. I was looking at the bill author's Twitter account. Says he's a Christian and conservative. I don't think that it's very Christian to stand up here and misinform this.
Okay, let's not get personal. Just stick to the bill.
I'm just saying it's not Christian to come up and lie.
I get you, but we're late at night. Let's not take shots at each other. Let's just stick to the bill. Go
okay.
right ahead.
Well, I think first and foremost, the least conservative thing that the Texas legislature can do is to spend huge amounts of money to create a new government agency with vast powers and no accountability. We've spent billions of dollars on what it calls border security over the last 10 years, and what has been the result? Is there less fentanyl? Nope. That comes through the ports of entry, 90% of it. The other 10%, most of it is interdicted on the highways, not on the backs of migrants. Are there less migrants seeking entry? No. Because safety's here, even though we have all these deterrence policies, jobs are here, safety's here, their families here, they're here, they're coming here. What exactly has been achieved for all of this expense? Despite legislative efforts to require accountability, there's been precious little done, and that is not conservative.
And you are against HB 20?
I am against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief.
Okay, brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much do y'all pay for indigent defense from the county?
For migrants? Or just
indigent defense?
You know what, I don't know the amount, but it's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars a year at least.
And so if you were to have to pay for indigent defense for thousands of people more in your local jails, would y'all be able to afford that?
It would be crippling for our taxpayers. We are a very tax-poor community. 80% of our tax base goes to programs and services that the state provides. We don't have a lot of discretionary funding. If we have to jail and prosecute immigrants on state felony charges, it's going to be hugely costly for our taxpayers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Teresa Wyrick. Teresa Wyrick. Teresa Wyrick. Will show Teresa had registered for herself for HB 20 but did not testify. Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick will show that he registered for himself for HB 20 but did not testify. Anna Katharina Deckert. Now, Anna, I show that, again, you've registered for TAHIRITH Justice Center and self against HB 20, correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Anna Katarina Deschert, and I am the Houston Policy and Advocacy Manager with the Tahiri Justice Center. I am here to testify against HB 20. Tahiri works with immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, helping them apply for immigration relief and providing social services as they navigate towards a life of safety and dignity. Since 1997, we have served more than 31,000 survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, forced marriage, and other forms of gender-based violence. Our experience shows us that increased cooperation between local law enforcement and immigration enforcement creates a climate of fear for immigrant survivors of violence who must rely on those agencies for protection and makes them increasingly vulnerable to assailants who know their victims do not have a safe place to turn. In 2019, we surveyed community advocates across the country and found that more than half had immigrant clients who had dropped a civil or criminal case against their abusers over fear that contact with the legal system could lead to their deportation and separation from their children. 3/4 had immigrant clients who were hesitant to even call the police. HB 20 will exacerbate these problems. New research we conducted last year with Oxfam found that Title 42 and other deterrence-focused policies actually increased the rates of gender-based violence along the U.S. southern border. These policies create conditions that allow gender-based violence to proliferate, leaving immigrants and others vulnerable. HB 20 will not fix these problems. Instead, it will drive safety farther out of reach for too many people across the state. And for that reason, I urge the committee to vote against HB 20.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Brent Smith. Brent Smith. Brent Smith. Will show that Brent registered as Kenny County Attorney himself for HB 20 but did not testify. Samantha Singleton. Samantha, we have you registered for the Border Network for Human Rights and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Singleton, and I represent the Border Network for Human Rights located in El Paso, Texas. So as an El Pasoan and a community leader, I'm here to challenge the idea that more enforcement, militarization, and deterrence policies is going to be successful at addressing the root causes of migration. House Bill 20 is another attempt to further drive border communities into a chaotic state of militarization for political score. HB 20 will increase aggressions towards immigrants, refugees, and people of color. The creation of a border protection unit is going to empower racial hate groups, increase racial profiling, and drive people of color deeper into the shadows. Furthermore, it's going to grant vigilantes and hate groups full immunity from any and all civil and criminal liability. So if you truly want to live up to your values as Americans, we have to create policies, protocols, and infrastructures that will uphold to just that. So today, I strongly urge this committee to vote no on HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheena Rodriguez. Sheena, we have you registered for Alliance for a Safe Texas and Self and neutral on HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
I've spent a long time along the Texas border from the RGV up through El Paso, and I've documented firsthand the carnage inflicted upon Texans and several stories detailing the unnecessary humanitarian crisis fueled by failed federal border policies. In my experiences over the last 2 years, I have witnessed efforts by the state which have been effective and some which have not been as effective. Texas has done far more than any other state has ever been forced to do. However, despite billions of taxpayer dollars spent over the last 2 years, I struggle to find a quantifiable number of individuals or the sources of transnational criminal actors actually deterred from entering Texas illegally. While our state has been forced to take unprecedented actions to combat the crisis, I have a few concerns about HB 20. First, the unknown financial cost of the BPU. As stated before, despite a substantial increase in spending thus far, Texas has been unable to impact or prohibit the core of the issues for no fault of our own. Second, with the immense respect and gratefulness to all of our law enforcement divisions, I must stress my hesitancy in expanding the state police, as historically mass expansion of such forces have never fared well for citizens. If the BPU division is to be created, it must be its own entity. A positive side of HB 20, and I would like to see more of a focus on strengthening our Texas military to its original intent so that they may adequately protect Texas and her citizens, as it is becoming increasingly evident that the U.S. will likely see kinetic conflict soon, and to provide much-needed resources and support to local PDs and constitutional sheriff's departments throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Katie Miles Wallace. Katie, we have you registered for Southwestern Texas Synod, ELCA, and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is partially correct, sir. If I could request an amendment to the record to say that I'm also representing Texas Impact.
All right, so we now have you registered Southwestern Texas Synod, ELCA, and Texas Impact, and Self against HB 20.
That is correct, sir.
You agree to that correction?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
My name is Katie Miles Wallace. I'm a Lutheran pastor serving as the Inclusivity, Diversity, Equity, and Communications Coordinator for the Southwestern Texas Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, on behalf of Texas Impact, and the Southwestern Texas Synod. You've received a copy of a letter signed by 18 Texas bishops and other religious leaders opposing HB 20. In framing their opposition, the religious leaders cite their scriptures and the teachings of their faith traditions. And this letter was signed by my bishop, Sue Briner of the Southwestern Texas Synod, as well as by Bishop David Reed of the Episcopal Diocese of West Texas. The leaders call on you to balance love for migrants and your efforts to protect those who are already here. They say, "It is of great concern to us that these bills would destroy trust in our communities by establishing unregulated militias with police powers. It is of great concern to us that these bills would designate migrants as trespassers and terrorists, casting those who seek refuge as violent criminals and leaving our religious institutions open to prosecution for providing aid to those in need. We urge you to lead and legislate with love for all those whose feet find U.S. soil. We urge you to protect and serve the people of our state without causing harm to others. We urge you to show compassion towards those who must leave the land of their birth out of desperation for their survival. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you so much. Rachel Horton. Rachel, we have you registered Republican Party of Texas, State Republican Executive Committee woman, SD 30 and self, neutral on HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that
Go
is.
right ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you all for staying so late and willing to stay awake as we are all nodding along with you, and to Representative Schaefer for bringing the bill forward. I want to bring sort of a different perspective from what has been brought previously. I'm from Parker County, which is one of the fastest growing counties outside of just west of Fort Worth in the DFW area. In July of just this last year, we declared an invasion, and we declared it in support of Governor Abbott and the actions that have been taken. We were one of the first in North Texas to do so, and we are, as you know, more than 6 hours away from the border. Why did we do this? We did this because the cost to our citizens is astronomical. We were dealing with the incarceration and the care and the after effects of survivors from human trafficking, from issues ranging from mental health issues that we were dealing with, from the indigent that were these survivors of these incidents where they didn't have that support system in place because they were, in essence, undocumented. And because they're undocumented, they're wards of the state. Now, with this bill, with HB 20, the ability to stop that at the border, to stop that at the international ports of entry, and in the ports of entry between those legal recognized ports, is crucial, and it must be something that we consider. I appreciate the efforts of this committee and of Representative Schaefer, again, for bringing the bill forward, and thank you all for staying so late.
Thank you very much. Representative,
Any questions?
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. How do you feel about your county being under this bill responsible for paying for probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in indigent defense for these individuals who are going to be arrested?
Now, that is a great question, and one that I am unfortunately not as prepared to answer, but at the moment, I do know that those particular cases are not coming through our county. And the way I read the bill, it's something that would be prosecuted under a very similar to a Texas DPS style case.
In any county?
In any county.
So
That would be great.
Y'all would be required to provide defense to individuals arrested under this. Your
And
county
I
would-
understand that the implementation of this bill is still something that's under discussion, and that's why I'm neutral on the bill. So I'm in favor of the concept, but neutral on the bill itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, thanks.
Representative Anchio.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Who are the invaders? Are they the immigrants?
I kind of would not say that immigrants are invaders.
Or you declared invasion?
We certainly did.
Okay.
It's
So who
illegal
are-
aliens. So undocumented, unlawfully present individuals.
Okay, so they're the invaders, right?
Yes.
Okay. If it were an invasion, if it were an actual invasion, and U.S. citizens were helping the invasion, what would that be?
That would be aiding and abetting in an unlawful presence.
I think you got it right. It's treason, right? And what's the penalty for treason?
Now, I think there's a difference between treason and aiding and abetting in an unlawful
If this is an invasion under the Constitution.
under the
and-
Texas Constitution,
Under the
the one
Constitution.
that the governor has declared.
And someone is aiding and abetting the invasion, a U.S. citizen, an American, is aiding and abetting the invasion, then the
And
penalty.
that's up to the laws of our state.
So it'd be treason,
They're
and we
under the
shoot
laws
people
of our
for
state.
treason. So it was testified earlier that 95% of the smugglers of immigrants are U.S. citizens. Should they be convicted of treason?
At the moment, I believe the minimum sentence for smuggling for U.S. citizens
I'm
is
not
6
asking
to
about
10 years.
if this is an invasion,
Mm-hmm.
as you said, are they engaging in treason, and should they be put to death?
I'm hesitant to say treason, but I am not hesitant to say that they should be in jail and should be punished
People
for
who
that.
help an invasion, right, are traitors, and therefore, if this is an invasion, as you have termed it, people who are helping that, if you're smuggling people in, you're a traitor and you should be put to death. Or what if you're just hiring them?
I would,
What if you're just hiring them? Like you are also aiding and abetting this invasion that you're talking about. Should they be put to death?
I'm going to defer to the fact that it is after we're getting very close to midnight. And I understand that we are all very exhausted, but I am going to attempt to answer your question. I believe that under the laws of our state, we do prosecute. And if there is something that elevates it to the level of the federal system, which this does not, this is Texas taking care of Texans. Now, if it elevates to the level of the federal government, then that becomes a federal question. And that's something that we haven't had to deal with in a very long time.
I'm just trying to get to the logical conclusion of these resolutions that you passed on invasion. So anybody who helps an invasion against the state, against the sovereignty of the state or the country, are traitors and can be put to death. So I'm just trying to get to the logical conclusion of where you started.
Sure. And I think that the point of this bill of HB 20 is for Texas, the state of Texas, to act on the possibility that, yes, we may need to take extra steps to protect our residents, your constituents. And that's the point. But I hope that helps a little bit, I know. Mr.
But
Chair?
you're neutral on the bill.
I am neutral on the bill.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Manuel Guzman. Manuel, we have you registered for Texas Rising Against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hi, again, my name is Manuel Guzman, and this bill will not only affect communities in my home region of El Paso, but it would cause a statewide impact because it is simply a constitutional and disregards law and order, and it is sure to attract violence. And the addition of this new agency, which should be appointed by the governor, disregards the concept of checks and balances that's been a fundamental aspect of not only Texas, but United States as a whole, in giving total power to one certain entity without having a system in place. And this contradicts the idea of self-government that the majority of this legislature preaches, giving too much power to one person. And the Department of Public Safety has always been in conflict with the Department of Homeland Security regarding immigration and regarding the border. And we see time and time again that DPS racially profiles people in Texas, which I would argue is a direct violation of the Fourth Amendment, which would causes people from unreasonable search and seizures, which I have seen time and time again in El Paso, which has happened. And for the reasons previously stated, I am against HB 20, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Again, you're against HB 20.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Thank you. Natalie Ibe, I-B-E. Natalie, we have you registered for True Texas Project and Self for HB 20, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my name is Natalie Ibe, and I feel like after being here today that Texas has been duped, even the U.S. has been duped and sold a bill of goods into all of these battles that we've been fighting, battles easily avoided by a border wall that was requested by border agents years ago that creates channels for safe immigration. These are very dangerous battles. In November alone of 2022, there were 12 people on the National Terrorist Watch List, known terrorists who were apprehended at the border. How many were apprehended last month or last year? We're not in imminent danger. We are in danger. The question is, to what extent? Why aren't these critical numbers in the news so that we know what we're facing? We are in danger from terrorists, cartels, MS-13, gang members. These are very dangerous people, all criminal elements posing as innocent immigrants, flowing across our border totally unvetted into our communities. So as a 62-year-old, I bought a firearm. Add injury to injury, a border would mean that we would have the funds to spend on immigration services, legal services, medical services, instead of spending those funds on damages to property, legal expenses, enforcement, which we call militarization, but we don't use the military word, invasion. So why is it militarization? All residents are in danger now, not in imminent danger. Residents, citizens, immigrants from these myriad of criminal elements. I implore you to vote yes on HB 20 and give us plenary power to secure our border. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexa Karanko. Alexa, we have you registered with Texas Rising against HB 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alexa Caranco, and I'm a proud daughter of migrants. I was born and raised on the border of El Paso, Texas, and I'm here today as the student leader of Texas Rising at the University of Texas at El Paso. Today, I will be testifying against House Bill 20. House Bill 20 will allow the administration to create a citizen-led vigilante force to protect the border and to persecute migrants. By voting for HB 20, not only will you create an unchecked and unbalanced border protection unit, but you will also encourage and incite racial profiling of people like me and my family who live on the border and throughout Texas. You will encourage racist and xenophobic actions such as those of August 3rd, when a shooter drove miles from Central Texas to commit a racist hate crime and killed 22 people of color in a local Walmart in El Paso. Language being used during some of these testimonies being heard today, such as illegal aliens, is exactly the language used by Patrick Crusius, who drove hours to my city and changed our lives and our safety forever. We deserve better. Our borderland deserves better. We deserve actual immigration reform by the federal government. We deserve constitutional and legal reform that will not criminalize my family, my community, and my greater Texas. Because what you do in this office, what you do in this committee does not directly affect you. You have the privilege to change the course of our lives, and this bill will affect border communities, communities in Central Texas, East Texas, and all over Texas, because we are a state of migrants. So I ask you to please vote no for HB 20 and think of what is best for our border communities from our border perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexa. Appreciate it. Sophia Avant-Mier. Sophia, we've got you down registered for Texas Rising against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sophia Avant-Mier. I also live in the border town of El Paso, Texas, and I'm also here on behalf of Texas Rising. Living like I mentioned, in El Paso, I strongly oppose HB 20. This proposal will only increase the violence, racial profiling, harassment, and over-policing that border communities are already grown tired of. Allowing vigilantes to recklessly roam around and persecute and detain civilians on a witch hunt that they perceive, for people that they perceive to be migrants without consequence is so dangerous and an attempt to continue to over-militarize the border. Wasting taxpayer dollars by further militarizing the border when statewide Texas is lacking in education, healthcare, and infrastructure is cruel and irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Kyle, and again, it's Jacquez. Kyle, we show you registered for Texas Rising against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, committee members. My name again is Kyle Hawkins. I live in El Paso, Texas. And again, I'm a student here with Texas Rising at the University of Texas at El Paso. I strongly oppose HB 20 for its blatant disregard for public safety and dangerous demagoguery of border communities. If this bill were to pass, private citizens can effectively just take it upon themselves and be held unaccountable to protect the border. The legislature have completely lost their way in addressing immigration, and perhaps this bill may just show that Texans might have given up. We cannot aid an ongoing humanitarian struggle with more militarization, much less militarization of private citizens. This goes far past not just addressing the root causes of immigration, but builds rhetoric that endangers our own border. In El Paso, we lived through that manifestation of this same rhetoric on August 3rd, where we lost 23 of our own to a racist-driven attack. As one of the safest cities in the United States, El Paso and the rest of the border is not what this bill thinks it is. In El Paso, we don't define ourselves based off of who we choose to exclude, but who we choose to include. I'd like to think that in Texas and the rest of this country should start following suit. Therefore, I strongly encourage this committee to vote no on HB 20 for the protection of communities like mine, whether that be from armed conflict or feeding a culture that will encourage that conflict.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Alondra Andrade. Alondra, we show you've registered again for TAHIRIH Justice Center and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hello, members of the House of State Affairs Committee. My name is Alondra Andrade, and I work for Tahiri Justice Center, a nonprofit that serves immigrant survivors of gender-based violence as their senior community engagement coordinator. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak as I'm here to testify against HB 20. As part of my job role, I facilitate monthly meetings where immigrant survivors and allies come together and share their vision of a world free from violence. We imagine a life where every single individual can live safely and with dignity. Many of the participants in our group are mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, and wives that care deeply about the well-being of their communities. We share stories about why each of them migrated to the United States, and although the stories are filled with a lot of hardship, they always end with hope. The survivors in the group all want their best for their families and their communities, and as a group, we come together and brainstorm solutions to address the disparities that exist in our society. The increased collaboration between law enforcement and immigration enforcement is a topic that comes up often at our meetings, and it's a topic that affects the everyday lives of these strong women. HB 20 would discourage immigrant survivors from interacting with the institutions that are in place to serve and protect. The women from our advocacy group state that their visions for a safe world don't involve more harsh law enforcement, but instead a society where they can rely on these public institutions to protect and respect them. I've asked members of our advocacy group what their biggest fear is, and they all respond that it's being separated from their families. HB 20 will only create fear in our communities. Therefore, I ask you to please consider the lives of immigrant survivors and all immigrants. We must reject violence and center community solutions in our pursuit of a just and safe world. Please vote no on HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alondra. Luke Squires. Luke, we have you registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. I am Luke Squires from El Paso, Texas. I have taken this long trip from across the state, taking time off my classes, to tell you how detrimental this bill could be. As a resident in a beautiful border town, I could tell you that this bill does not solve any problems there. This bill has decided to choose fear over fact. And instead of solving the problem that we have at the border, this bill only exacerbates the problem. We border cities deserve more from our government than a Band-Aid on the problem. By implementing this bill, it will be allowing essentially vigilantism at the border. We have seen the effects of hatred mobilization, especially in El Paso, with anti-immigration rhetoric taking lives. This attempted vigilante militarization of the border doesn't go for the true root of the problem. It goes around it and steps on the civil rights of many in the process. State border programs like Operation Lone Star allow for racial profiling and harassment to take place in our own state. As a state, we cannot allow for more profiling, especially by the hands of non-elected officials. The border hasn't received any proper care in over 35 years and needs more than House Bill 20. It needs a deeper and thorough solution that doesn't dance around the problem like House Bill 20 does. Border cities like mine remain safe places, and these fairy tales of a dangerous border town infested with fentanyl are nothing but an excuse to waste taxpayer dollars for an empty solution. As a Texas resident, I deeply implore that you see the moral and constitutional issues with this bill. And as an added note, I want to say that this is a statewide impact. This doesn't just affect my border, it affects all of us, and that even citizens can be profiled by this bill, and that civilians with immunity can basically become vigilantes on this border and decide who gets to be profiled. And with that, I yield my time.
And you're against HB 20.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yvonne Diaz. Yvonne, we have you registered for Texas Rising and Self against HB 20, correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
I'm against Bill HB 20. Leslie Grijalva from International Boundary and Water Commission reported to El Paso Times that National Guard did not request permission from them for their operation to place razor wire and fencing. Then Abbott, or Governor Abbott, tweeted, "We aren't asking for permission. Instead, we're doing the federal government's job to secure the border." If HB 20 gets passed, it will create an entire new law enforcement agency enforced by individuals with little to no experience nor training. We already have local police, sheriffs, border patrol, ICE, National Guard, DPS. These are trained agents. They should be offended by HB 20. It's calling on regular citizens to help them. This is embarrassing. If our governor says things like, "I don't need permission," then, and the National Guard is not following protocols from federal agencies, what can we expect from random citizens? Another January 6th? Another August 3rd? Remember the shooter we had in El Paso? We're gonna continue remembering you what happened, because that hurt us. That was guided by hate and by racism and by the constant hate words that we hear here. Like, for example, the things that we've been listening to right now, calling immigrants illegal. No human being is illegal. HB 20 will perpetuate this hate. The solution is to expand ports of entry, faster processing, hold federal government accountable, address the root of the problem, address the public health crisis and drug use, start conversations with people from the border that are on the ground like me. We need more than 2 minutes. Visit me in El Paso, my beautiful city. We'll welcome you there. I work and volunteer with people arriving at our border.
Thank you, and we've got you against HB 20.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Sarah Syed. Sarah, we have you registered for Lurie Juntos and self against HB 20, correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hundred, members of the House State Affairs Committee. My name again is Sarah Say, and I serve as the senior community organizer for Rudy Juntos. I'm a daughter of immigrants, granddaughter of refugees, and a Houston native. We are dedicated to advancing the agency vitality, safety, and full participation for Asian descent of people of Asian descent and all immigrants in Texas. We're a part of a larger coalition ecosystem of hundreds of constituents, 20 organizations, many of which who have come far and wide from across Texas, contributing to the less than 1% of Texans who are privileged to engage with legislators each year at the Capitol. Though that number may be small, we are mighty. I, along with many of my colleagues behind me, are here to oppose House Bill 20 and are against it passing. I hope you continue to honor the personal stories of our impacted community members in the languages that they feel most comfortable. HB 20, simply put, does not implement measures to ensure the safety and welfare of the southern border region of our state. The provisions in this bill are deeply concerning and have serious implications for our communities, so much so that the Texas Civil Rights Project has documented these in several complaints to the U.S. Department of Justice. The creation of Border Response Unit and any dollars for overseeing a border wall is unnecessary and unjust. It's a counterproductive way to use taxpayer dollars. HB 20 fails to address the root causes of ongoing criminal activity and public health threats at the southern border. If you're worried about the myth of increased opioid use and fentanyl overdose, create consumption centers, injection sites, do research studies to corroborate these claims, do community needs assessments, create research that has conversation about how we collect data at the border, and reinvest resources into community-based health systems, mobile clinics, expand Medicaid. The description of unwarranted invasion at one's domain describes the registered members of KKK, registered in Texas, national threat. It doesn't describe a threat of, doesn't describe unaccompanied children, families, and single adults. Do better and have harm reduction. Thank you.
And you're registered against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, QUYNH, win. With Lurie Juntos and self against HB 20, correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. So again, my name is Gwen Hung. I'm with Lurie Juntos. First, let's talk about the idea that HB would increase safety, knowing that this is actually false, right? I'm here to testify against HB 20 and the fact that according to American Immigration Council, studies have constantly showed that immigrants, regardless of their legal status, have lower crime rates compared to native-born citizens. So if we want to increase safety, we have to focus on addressing the roots of the cause of the crime rather than targeting the immigrants. Second, the argument that immigration places a strain on Texas economy is false. It's actually reported that from Perryman Group that undocumented immigrants have contributed a lot of funds back into the state and local taxes annually and have a positive net impact on Texas economy. So rather than placing the strain on the economy, immigrants are actually helping drive the economic growth. Third is that it would be, this bill would also encourage racial profiling and discrimination against individuals based on their appearance and accents. And it doesn't necessarily help for those who, we need to be able to not judge by their ethnicity rather than their character, right? Finally, let's talk about the bill that would impact the Asian community. Asian communities are a significant portion of the immigrant populations, and a lot of these families are coming here as well as migrating H-1B as refugees or asylees from the southern border without any papers. HB 20 would create more barriers and obstacles for families seeking to reunite with their loved ones in the United States. And Texas House Bill 20 is not a solution to our immigration problems. It only raises serious concerns about transparency and accountability, and we should focus on creating comprehensive immigration reforms that create pathways to citizenship for all immigrants and address the root causes of migration. History has its eye on us, so what are we gonna do? I yield. Thank you.
And you're against HB 20?
Yes.
Thank you. KYOU Kim with Willie Juntos and self. Is that correct? Mr. Kim, on behalf of Willie Juntos and self, against HB 20?
Yes, correct.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and the committee members. This is Q Kim, working at the Willie Juntos Civic Engagement Team as one of the senior members. I oppose to the HB 20 bill proposed recently. This bill reminds me of the reckless crackdown policies of the current Chinese Public Security Bureau, which have been so harsh to many North Koreans who have crossed the border after many challenges and failures, risking their lives. I believe there are some similarities between this bill and the merciless and inhumane policies of the Chinese Public Security Bureau. I cannot help but be deeply concerned that such inhumane and retrogressive laws are being enacted today in a country built on the values of human rights, freedom, and equality, and that they could be enforced with unreasonable policies against the countless migrants. If these dangerous, inhumane laws are passed in Texas and the Bureau of Protection Unit is established to exercise unchecked power, it could lead to serious social unrest and even serious racial conflict, as well as new forms.
Thank you, sir, and we'll register you again against HB 20, correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Robert Mueller. Robert, we have you registered yourself against HB 20, is that correct?
I'd like to adjust that registration. I'm speaking on behalf of Texas Impact as well as myself.
Hold on one second. Okay, so we have your permission to state that Robert Mueller for Texas Impact and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
So as a member of Texas Impact, you've already received a letter that was signed by 18 different judicatory leaders across our state. Every single county in Texas is represented by those judicatories. We are people of faith, and our faith is a faith that is born out of the immigrant experience. If we look at the scriptures, we look at Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, who was sold into slavery as human trafficked by his own brothers. We find Jesus was a victim of state violence and became a refugee himself. And it is out of that conviction of the experience of immigrants, that convictions that gave birth to the human rights affirmations of the need to offer asylum to people were established in both our federal and international law. We are criminalizing those who are seeking the safety, security, and stability and opportunity that our country offers. We need immigrants. We can't even fill the jobs that we have available right now, and immigrants need us. My church, which was started in 1915, was started by an immigrant wave that came from Mexico during the Mexican Revolution. Our congregation has continued to be an immigrant church that serves the immigrants in my community. If this is an invasion, and if I'm helping the invaders, then I'm a traitor, because every single day as a pastor, I am helping immigrant folks from my community. Some are documented and some are not. One of my immigrant leaders in my community, who cannot get citizenship herself, has taught citizenship classes to other people in our neighborhood so that they can become citizens. When you only have a hammer as a tool, every single problem looks like a nail. And if criminalization and incarceration is the only tool that we have, then we use it to hammer every single thing around. Hammering at this humanitarian issue with criminalization and incarceration is not going to solve it. We have other solutions that we need to take, and I've got some that I'd love to offer you. Stop valuing fear and start valuing facts.
We have you down against HB 20.
That's correct. Thank you.
Sir. Nicole Ma. Nicole, we have you with Uri Juntos and self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
The creation of Border Protection Unit will open more doors for the abuse of power, especially given Texas' history of collaboration beyond enforcement and operation jurisdiction. Every single person in Texas to be at risk for wrongful criminalization. There are less ways to keep any enforcement and border agents accountable. Naturally, our liberties should be protected. As the ACLU says, it is more difficult to hold federal agents accountable as they violate these constitutional rights. And evidently, in many cases, the courts have narrowed the options available to seek justice for border agents' frequent violations of constitutional protections in the border region, especially our First and Fourth Amendment. My concern is that by expanding more autonomy to new agencies, how are we able to ensure that people's agencies are protected and those who violate their safeties are held accountable? Even within Operation Lone Star, we have seen investment of over $4 billion to separating children from families, making racial profiling arrests in border communities and impacting Black, Indigenous people of color, locking people up in harsh conditions for unreasonably long periods of time, persecuting asylum seekers, and intentionally fueling the mass incarceration of people of color. I am fearful for my parents who have literally escaped poverty from China to come here, sometimes working 2 or 3 jobs at once so my brother and I could survive. I'm fearful for the community members I work alongside who may not be as proficient in English. I'm fearful for my neighbors who will face harsh penalties and criminalization from fleeing crippling poverty, environmental destruction, extreme violence, and political instability to be mistaken for criminals. What are you to do that will guarantee that we will not have to consistently look behind our shoulders afraid of enforcement to wrongfully handcuff our wrists and for enforcement from stabbing us in our backs? If you cannot and are not willing to hear our voices, you will continue to hear the cries of innocent people who are wrongly profiled, scapegoated, and victimized. It's a human right to seek safety and security, and it's human decency to ensure that our neighbors thrive and stay alive. Thank you.
And you're against HB 20.
Yes, sir.
Eric Metraux, Metraux. Eric Metraux. Eric, Metraux. She will show you that he registered for himself against HB 20, but did not testify. Louis Miranda. Louis, we've got you registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
All right. My name is Luis Miranda. I'm also coming from El Paso to speak against this bill. And I was going to say this, at a federal level, right, we've seen this similar Border Patrol protection, and we've seen the failure of it. We've seen how, at the federal level, both parties have opted for grandstanding and political posturing in the issue instead of actually attempting to reform our immigration system so it can humanely process people who are claiming asylum and claiming refugee status. And so the state has looked at that and decided to replicate the failure of deterrence as a strategy. So again, like I said in my previous testimony, that deterrence is not going to work. People are coming from a very desperate situation. People are coming from a very horrid place. You know, they're running away, not because they want to. They're not leaving out of fun. They're leaving because they have to. And the deterrence, criminalizing them, punishing them, beating them, it's not going to stop them from coming. And Border Patrol, it's known as having one of the highest rates of corruption as an agency at the federal level. There's no guarantee. There's no reason to believe that it won't be the same thing at the state level, that this new agency that's being purported will be open to that criminalization. And it enhances and it adds to that atmosphere and that ideology of hate. That language that's being used by proponents of this bill is exactly the same language that the El Paso shooter used. And I just want you all to really think about that and that ideology and that hatred and how we need to reassess our immigration system and push for a humane immigration system that will actually protect and enshrine human rights, not criminalize people for looking for a better life.
Thank you, and you're against HB 20, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Marlo Joaquin. Marlo, we show that you've registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
My name is Marlo Holguin. I'm coming from so-called El Paso. I'm a neuroscientist pursuing a future in neuropsychopharmacological research. Fentanyl is a problem. It is being mixed with other controlled substances to increase potency for a lesser sale by weight. Fentanyl, much like many drugs of abuse, has medicinal uses as well as a high degree of abuse potential. This is not an invasion. This is not an imminent threat or attack from the cartels. This is the consequence of the war on drugs, and it can be resolved at a state level. Furthermore, it is the war on drugs that has built the cartels' empires, and ending the war on drugs through sensible drug policy, yes, legalization, and evidence-based harm reduction public health policy can relinquish power from cartels and address our opioid epidemic. There are also other policy measures we can take right now to help people with substance use disorders. The river can become a mile deep and a mile wide, and drugs will still find themselves in. We've seen how the hyper-militarization of the border hasn't worked. We have advanced border surveillance technologies, and yet drugs still pass. The author mentioned how cartels use various people and methods to smuggle. One of those, and less talked about, is the bribing of customs agents and state agents. How will you stop the cartels for bribing your own? Militarization doesn't work. Hunting, harassing, and profiling doesn't work. We have a humanitarian crisis at the border that Good Samaritans, good people in solidarity, churches, and nonprofits exhaust themselves doing good work, doing the right thing and treating migrants like human beings. I urge you to vote against this bill. Instead, I encourage and plead to you to focus on sensible and humane immigration policy. Humane as in expanding ports of entry so people have more border communities to be welcome to. Humane as in enhancing the citizenship, residency, and visa processes and making them a faster process. Humane as in demilitarizing and advocating to the federal government with sensible policies. We shouldn't...
And we've got you against HB 20.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Yvonne Dilling. Yvonne Dilling. Yvonne Dilling will show that she registered herself against HB 20, but did not testify. Francesca Leahy. Francesca, we show you've registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Francesca Fraga Leahy, and I'm representing myself in opposition to HB 20, specifically the language in section 2.08 that would create a new border protection unit to arrest, detain, and deter people crossing the border, quote unquote, in any county in the state with Texas border officers that would be immune from civil and criminal liability. Most alarmingly, the BPU would operate until at least 2030 under the DPS with power to deputize any, quote, law-abiding citizen without a felony conviction to take part in enforcement. In section 1.02, the bill includes several quote-unquote findings describing immense and complex issues related to border security and Texan safety, including threats to the quote, security of Texans and the sovereignty of the state, and drug trafficking. My testimony focuses on the purported solution in section 2.08 of this bill, the Border Protection Unit, because it would not only be an ineffective and financially wasteful approach to addressing these complex issues, but it would be a dangerous promotion of vigilantism in our state. I'm a Mexican and Italian-American mother of two, born and raised in Waco, Texas, currently living in Austin. My grandmother was born on the west side of San Antonio, and her parents immigrated from Mexico in 1914 to start a life in America, supported by my great-grandfather, who worked as a porter for the railroad. I was named after my great-grandmother, who fled impoverished conditions in Sicily to immigrate to the United States, who raised my grandfather, who went on to serve in World War II. Based on the stories that he reluctantly told of his time in war and the reasons America went to war, then he would be outraged by a bill that would promote vigilantism and the targeting of marginalized communities in our state. I also have 15 years of experience in education, including as a former teacher. And I began my teaching career as a Teach for America Corps member in Mercedes, Texas, where I taught young Texans just a minute from the border. This bill would negatively impact communities and people that I know and love across the state, especially those in the Rio Grande Valley. This bill does not reflect the values of the country that I chose to serve as an AmeriCorps member and public servant.
It'll show that you voted, that you are against HB 20, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stacy Merkt, M-E-R-K-T. Stacy Merkt, M-E-R-K-T. Stacy Merkt, M-E-R-K-T. Will show that Stacy registered for herself against HB 20 and did not testify. Jasmine Tellis. Jasmine, we have you registered for Texas Rising and yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I've traveled from Houston to be here today and testify against HB 20. I'm a proud first-generation Texan, and I cannot and will not stand for a policy that puts a target on the backs of my people and beautiful families like we saw earlier. The ideas proposed in this bill were drafted with the intention to enhance the safety of Texans. While I do not have any reason to fear for my safety, nor do I need protection, especially as it pertains to the immigrant community, but I do fear for my safety when I hear of the rampant and violent shootings that happen in our state and are allowed to happen because of the failure of proper gun laws. And I especially feared for mine and my community's safety when I read this bill, which would allow vigilantes to harass and target Texan communities with absolutely zero consequences. Women, children, minors could potentially be killed, especially if we give jurisdiction and protection to these untrained, self-righteous civilians. Are the billions of dollars going towards the Abbott-mandated Operation Lone Star not enough? The amount of funding this so-called protection unit will need for land, maritime, and air access could cost taxpayers millions, if not billions of dollars, just so Abbott's little deputies can run rampant around the state in boats, planes, and motor vehicles, again, statewide. As a taxpayer, as a person of color, as a citizen, I am concerned about this bill, about my taxes funding programs that will not work, and about me and my family running the risk of being racially profiled. Governor Abbott does not care about the needs of our communities, and we do not need or want his hands in them.
Texans want a humanitarian approach. I want a humanitarian approach to border security, and HB 20 is not the solution. Please vote no to HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have you down as voting against HB 20, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny Ruffier. Johnny, we have you registered for yourself against HB 20, correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Again, my name is Johnny Ruffier. I'm a student at UT Austin, resident of El Paso, Texas, and I stand in opposition of this piece of legislation because I believe that the sort of rhetorical premise that it sets up has potentially disastrous consequences for border communities like mine. And the best way that I could think to explain that is, well, obviously the intended, sort of goal of this legislation is to say that asylum seekers and migrants are problems that ought to be dealt with by force. Then what the state is doing is it's saying, okay, well, regular citizens can go on and use force to deter migrants. Again, this is the exact same logic that the shooter who attacked our community had. But what's different about this is that it's state-sanctioned violence, wherein extremists with similar mindsets can use the provisions of this legislation to attack members of our community, and then, on top of all of that, use the state as a mechanism by which to avoid being punished for it. Now, that, in my view, is very problematic. It sets up bad precedent that takes racial profiling to an entirely new level. Let's not mince words. It is state-sanctioned violence against migrant communities. I ask that you stand in opposition of this piece of legislation because it does nothing to solve the actual problems that we are facing and creates entirely new ones. 2019 was not that long ago. And instead of trying to find solutions to actual problems that migrant communities face, like discrimination and violence, you are exacerbating them. Again, people from the border do not support this legislation because we know what is harming us, and it is not asylum seekers, it is folks from North Texas who do not understand these communities and seek to impose harm upon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got you down for against HB 20.
Appreciate it.
Laurie Cook Heffron. Laurie Cook, Heffron. Laurie Cook Heffron. Will show she registered for herself against HB 20 and did not testify. Isabel Herrera. Isabel, we show you are you registered for Texas Rising and yourself against HB 20, is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, good morning, representatives. My name is Isabel Herrera. I'm a proud El Pasoan. I'm a proud resident of Austin currently, and I'm here representing Texas Rising and myself as I voice my opposition to HB 20. The language in this item is indicative of a bill that is written in bad faith by actors who have no genuine intention of protecting border communities, but instead wish to impose their counterproductive ideologies that would do nothing but harm its residents. I'm from El Paso, again, so I'll speak for the community that I know and that I love, but I cannot speak for other border communities, but we understand that this bill has statewide impacts. El Paso does not need vigilantes. Brownsville does not need vigilantes. Laredo does not need vigilantes. State officials make a good job of scaring folks, but border cities aren't Gotham. Members of our community understand the situation in our own backyard, and instead of backing fear-mongering rhetoric, we are looking towards real solutions. Having deputized vigilantes roam the streets and make arrests based on nothing but observations and flawed perception is an incredibly dangerous game that we can avoid. HB 20 only serves to bring more racially motivated violence to the border and fails to bring safety and protection to the communities who need it the most. I ask you one more time to listen to border voices and pursue other, more humane solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll note that you're against HB 20.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Carisha Rogers. Carisha, we show that you registered for yourself against HB 20, is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
I originally wasn't going to do my testimony today, but after watching that 9-year-old give his testimony, I have to. I get constantly reminded when I come to the Capitol because of students like him, and constantly now I have to even state why I'm in support of against HB 20, because whether we like it or not, this legislation fuels discrimination, and it gives those vigilantes the power to harass people they feel don't belong here, and to even echo what everyone's been saying, is all you have to do is look at the people who are voting for this bill and the people who are voicing their opinion against this bill. There's a huge difference of people who are doing this, and there's a reason why they have these fears of racial discrimination. This bill is also just going to be a general nightmare for the legislative body, just because, one, we already know the true intention of this bill. It's to challenge Arizona v. United States. Do we really want to be wasting our resources fighting a legal battle that's going to take a long time before it gets to the Supreme Court? And that's a lot of money that we can use to help our education system. Our education system is constantly in a crisis. We're losing teachers, and we're still having to spend all this money on the border. Again, I'm in opposition because all it's doing is expanding a police force that already has billions of dollars behind it. And like all these initiatives that we have that we're trying to propose with this new council, they already exist. We're just perpetuating a problem that we already have. And this is not a solution. It's only going to create more problems financially for the state. And then the constant excuse behind fentanyl and drugs and all this crime and stuff is only a scapegoat to the real problem, is that when we are doing the policies, especially the ones that are being proposed by HB 20, we're literally handing them back to those cartels every time we do the catch and release back to Mexico. And if we really, truly want to fight against them, like I said earlier, we have to offer a better solution.
And we'll note you're against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Alex Obregon. Alex Obregon. Alex Obregon. We'll note that Alex registered for himself against HB 20, did not testify. Franz Schimmel. Franz Schimmel. Franz Schimmel. Show that Franz Schimmel registered for Texas Impact and Self against HB 20, but did not testify. Yvonne Bueno. Yvonne, we show that you have registered for Lupe and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's
Go
correct.
right ahead.
Good evening or morning. My name is Yvonne Bueno. I live in the RGV, work at a nonprofit organization called Lupe for 12 years now, and I am here representing our 8,000 members and my border community, a safe and hardworking community that would be directly impacted by HB 20, another bill targeting immigrants and all border communities. This is one of the most extreme, dangerous, and racist bill. If passed, it would establish a separate unit within the DPS called the Border Protection Unit, a unit to provide relief for the Texas National Guard soldiers, state troopers, game wardens deployed along the border, allowing them to return to their home communities. Why do they need relief? Because they are overworked and underpaid. Governor Abbott himself will appoint the chief of unit, and that chief will only have to report to the governor. The unit chief will have the power to recruit regular citizens with no experience as long as they don't have a felony charge. Roman vigilantes to prosecute and arrest who they perceive as an immigrant in Texas. What will an immigrant look like to an outsider or to a racist individual like me because of my brown color? I find it heart-wrenching So much power can be given to this unit after being recruited and trained. They may detain and deter individuals crossing the border illegally, including with the use of non-deadly force. And in case that an incident happens, they are prepared for the worst outcome, because the bill states that they shall have immunity from criminal and civil liability for any actions taken that have been authorized. They can't be suspended or terminated for refusal of taking a polygraph test. They will face no accountability for their actions because they will be protected by the governor. How many trigger-happy citizens will apply for this job? I urge you to
Thank you. And
HB
we've got you against HB 20, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Marvel Maddox. We have you registered for Interfaith Welcome Coalition, San Antonio and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I am disturbed by this bill on a number of reasons and accounts. Under Section 411.0056A8, the only requirement to be in this unit is a heartbeat and not to be a felon. If the tragedy at Uvalde has taught us anything, it's that law enforcement personnel need a great deal of training. Nothing in this bill protects society from abuses by this unit of potentially undertrained individuals. I have a vast 40-year career in the criminal justice system in Texas. One of my many hats was serving as a training officer for my agency. I know the value of training and the danger and problems of not providing enough training. This bill sets up a great potential for abuse with little or no accountability. I volunteered at the Humanitarian Respite Center in the heart of old downtown McAllen at Sacred Heart Catholic Church going back to the Obama train. I have witnessed countless asylum seekers almost catatonic from trauma they endured, including rape, on their journey to our southern border. It's a nightmare thinking that a member of this unit would interpret a lack of response to a command as personally threatening, not recognizing the signs of paralyzing trauma because they are grossly undertrained. 3 distinct groups intersect at our border: bad guys smuggling guns south, drugs north, and human trafficking. We
got you, and we'll note that you're against HB 20, and we do have your written testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Hunya Norman. Hunya, we have you with Uri, Juntos, and Self against HB 20, correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and members. My name is Hyunja Norman. I am an immigrant and I'm Asian American. I live in Katy. I am also the executive of Uri Juntos, and I strongly oppose HB 20. This is an anti-immigrant bill that will further harm border communities and all immigrant communities in Texas. I thought Texans prefer to have a small government, less agency, less taxes, and more freedom. But I was wrong. Texas created Operation Lone Star. Now they are trying to create the Border Protection Unit to make Operation Lone Star permanent. I am very concerned about the activities of the Border Protection Unit. We as Texans cannot allow vigilantes to be deputized under this bill and to roam our streets, causing more chaos and violence toward the communities of color. I would like to travel freely from the Gulf to the Panhandle, and then from Houston to El Paso. When I heard about HB 20, I had to reconsider my visit to trip to Big Bend National Park. Because I am an immigrant and I look different from other Americans. Going near the border makes me feel unsafe. If border protection unit catch me, they might arrest me and detain me because I look like a migrant.
We have that, we'll put you down as against HB 20.
Thank you.
Thank you. Noam Zahavi. Noam, Zahavi. Noam Zahavi will note registered for themselves against HB 20 and did not testify. Joaquin Garcia. Joaquin, we have you registered for Lupe and self against HB 20, is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman and House Committee members. My name is Joaquin Garcia, and I'm here representing La Unión del Pueblo Entero Lupe, a nonprofit in the Rio Grande Valley that represents more than 8,000 members that mostly reside in the counties of Hidalgo, Star, Cameron, and Willacy. And I'm here in opposition to HB 20. For more than 20 years, Lupe has been present in the Rio Grande Valley, providing immigration services and organizing low-income communities, better known as colonias, around the issue of infrastructure. And I'm here to tell you some of the real needs that South Texas has. One of them is drainage. Year after year, communities keep flooding, and so we need more funding for that. A lot of our colonias are still in the darkness because there's not enough public lights for them. So we need more funding for that. A lot of roads in these counties are still unpaved, so we need more funding for that as well. So, these are the real issues that affect our people, and, we could have been here today thanking you all for, passing legislation to combat these issues, but yet we're here to, testify against HB 20. For more than 3 years now, we have been advocating for the termination of Operation Lone Star, an operation that has cost taxpayers billions of dollars with no real results, and now we must come and testify yet again for another harmful bill that would be of no good to the Rio Grande Valley. In fact, HB 20 is one of the most dangerous and life-threatening pieces of legislation on border issues that we have ever seen. HB 20, like a lot of the people have already mentioned, would basically deputize law-abiding citizens and give them the power to arrest, detain, and deter immigrants in any county of the state. HB 20 will not make our border safe. In fact, it will promote that people that might already have a negative view of migrants.
And we will note that you are against HB 20.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Abel Vega. Abel Vega. Abel Vega. We'll show that Abel registered for Rio, Texas Conference, UMC, and self against HB 20, but did not testify. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary Kolodny. We'll note that Zachary registered for himself against HB 20 and did not testify. Carlos Alvarez. Carlos, we show that you've registered for Lupe and yourself against HB 20, is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and House Committee members. My name is Carlos Alvarez. I am here today with La Unión del Pueblo Entero, who has 8,000 plus members in the Rio Grande Valley. I am here to testify against House Bill 20, which would establish a separate unit within the Department of Public Safety, the so-called Border Protection Unit. This unit would have the power to recruit people, including those with no experience, to police not only Texas-Mexico border, but also other counties within the state of Texas. This bill would also simultaneously create a Texas equivalent Title 42 and make the failed Operation Lone Star indefinite under the state law. If House Bill 20 is passed, the Border Protection Unit will be tasked with the unprecedented mandate to incarcerate and mass brown immigrants like me, migrants or people of color that look like me. Armed with the bill's new exceptionally harsh felony trespass offense potentially enforced by individuals with little or no law enforcement experience. The members of our community are predominantly Hispanic and would be affected directly as they could be arrested, detained, or deterred if this Border Protection Unit suspects they are in the country illegally. The bill would immunize those commissioned or deputized by the Border Protection Unit from all civil or criminal liability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. We'll note you're against HB 20.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucia Tellez. Lucia, we show that you've registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Lucia Teles. I travel from Houston to testify against HB 20. The government has already harmed immigrant families, putting them in cages. We cannot trust them, and they are government institutions that are supposed to be protecting the community following human rights. These policies put people at risk of being targeted, harmed, and potentially killed. My community has already been targeted because of our skin color and nationality. I cannot imagine how human beings will be treated who are crossing the border. Humans that have language barriers. We are all human beings, and we cannot stand for policies that do not give dignity to people of all skin colors. HB 20 is a racist and unconstitutional policy. It is a very big waste of taxpayer funds, funds that can be used on rehabilitation so they can put a stop to criminals and cartels in this state. HB 20 is racist against all skin colors. I fear for my kids because they look different. Our reps are elected to care for the people. I hope that you can uplift my voice by voting no on a bill that puts communities in danger. As a mother, my kids love Texas, and they like to travel and explore the wonders around. Now, I fear I will not have peace of mind when they do so because their skin color. They're gonna be targeted and they can be prosecuted just because they look dark skin and they look like me. Please vote no to HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll note you're against HB 20.
I am against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Tiguila, T-I-G-U-I-L-A. Ruth, T-I-G-U-I-L-A. Ruth, T-I-G-U-I-L-A. Will show she registered for Arise and herself against HB 20 but did not testify. Mayra Vedros. Mayra, M-E-I-R-A, Vedros, V-E-D-R-O-S. Mayra Vedros will show she registered for herself against HB 20 but did not testify. Fabiola Barreto. Fabiola Barreto. Fabiola, we show that you registered for Youth Rise Texas and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, Chair Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, and committee members. My name is Fabiola Barreto. I am the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at Youth Rise Texas, and we are against the bill. This bill alarmingly creates a deputized vigilante group in Texas with limited training who self-selected to join the unit to racially profile anyone they think is an immigrant. This will harm our Black and brown neighbors, and as an organization, we know that this will only affect our young people, or this will further affect our young people and their parents. The author stated that the Border Protection Unit would work in and around the border primarily, but not exclusively. So no community should ever have to go through this policy. And the fact that, the author said that only further shows that this is an immigration and racially profiling bill masquerading as a security and fentanyl bill. Our young people already have the undue stress and fear that they will be profiled by school resource officers or that their parents will be stopped by state troopers because of what neighborhood they live in. Our young people already have the fear that their parents will be ripped away because of the color of their skin. There is no reason to exacerbate that fear or make it real by passing HB 20. Speaking personally, this is one of the most terrifying bills I've read. I got involved back in 2017 to stand against SB 4, and I really hoped that that would be the last bill that I would have to read on racial profiling, and unfortunately, I was wrong. This policy should not be on the border, this policy should not be statewide, and we urge you to vote no on HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to note that you're against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you. Ashley Vasquez. Ashley Vasquez. Ashley Vasquez. We'll note that Ashley registered for a rise in herself against HB 20, but did not testify. Rebecca Flores. Rebecca Flores. Rebecca Flores. We'll note that Rebecca registered for herself against HB 20, but did not testify. David Johnson. David Johnson. David Johnson. We'll note that David registered for grassroots leadership and self against HB 20, but did not testify. Esther Reyes. Esther Reyes. Esther Reyes. We'll note that Esther registered on behalf of Children's Defense Fund Texas against HB 20, but did not testify. Deborah Ponce. Deborah Ponce. Deborah Ponce. Will show that Deborah registered for herself against HB 20, but did not testify. Donna Murphy.
I'm going to go a bit off script. Do you want me to just turn in an electronic version of the?
Oh, go ahead and give it to her, and she'll pass it to all of us. Thank you. Donia, we've got you for Willie Juntos, Project Lifeline, and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. My name is Donna Murphy, and I'm here to testify against HB 20. We talked a lot about solutions earlier this evening, and I think that people fundamentally don't understand what the problems are who've come here today in support of HB 20. And so I wanted to explain that to the folks who don't understand. This is not about an opioid crisis. I can tell you that as a physician who treats the patients who have problems with opioid dependency. I can tell you that this is not about this bizarre exceptionalist fantasy that people come here because, you know, they want to leave everything that they know, everybody that they love in their home countries in search of what, like that they're actually going to do that. It's that they're compelled to do that for very terrifying reasons often. And the third thing is that this is not about people who are fundamentally violent criminals. This is, as we heard at the beginning of this evening, about children who are often unaccompanied now, and also about parents and their families. And so without understanding that, I think it's hard to come up with a solution that's really going to work for us and for them, right? The other thing is, like, some of the rationale for people leaving these countries, it's like centuries of us actually interfering economically and politically in these countries and generating circumstances that are inconceivable to us, right? That's why they're coming here. They're desperate. That's why they're coming. And I think we have to acknowledge that. Solutions, we can talk about, instead of racially criminalizing people, we can have quick and humane disposition of families seeking to enter the U.S. and having them get out to their sponsor communities. We can talk about expanding legal channels for entry and residency. I mean, if we're going to say that we're going to violate the Constitution in order to create this border persecution unit, language matters, that's what it is, then I think we should maybe also think creatively about coming up with a way to have them legally be in Texas. They can be residents of Texas. They can legally enter Texas as our own state, right? So if we're going to violate the Constitution in that way, we can violate it in this way as well. Please vote against HB 20.
Thank you. We got you down as against HB 20.
Yes.
Thank you. Sergio Trevino. Sergio, we have you down for La Union del Pueblo and Terro against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, committee, for still being here, and thank you, everybody else, for being here. As a border resident for over 30 years, I can tell you that we're a safe community. You can look at statistics that show that we're safe communities on the border. But outside of that, I kind of want to give a history lesson. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Los Rinches or the history of the Texas Rangers. I don't know. Do you know the history? Anybody here? No, the Los Rinches. So they were deputized Texas Rangers that were given badges to fight bandits. I think somebody invoked the word bandit earlier when talking about the need for HB 20, and they would go around they would just go kill people and get away with it because they had a badge. It would happen in Stark County. It would happen along the border. It would happen in the interior. They would hang them. There was lynchings, and they would get away with it because they had a badge. They had permission from the government because they were bandits. And why were they bandits? Because they were invaders, often invading lands that their families have been in for generations. Just because, you know, the border divide is used as the point of division doesn't mean we're divided by the border. Oftentimes, it's the border that brings us together. And hopefully y'all vote against HB 20 in the way it's written now and whatever other way it's written in the future.
Thank you, sir. And we have you down against HB 20, correct? Yes. Julio Vasquez. Julio Vasquez. Julio Vasquez. We'll note that Julio registered Southwestern Texas Synod Border Network for Human Rights and self against HB 20, but did not testify. Emma Espino. Emma Espino. Emma Espino. We'll note Emma registered for Southwestern Texas Synod ELCA Border Network for Human Rights and self against HB 20, but did not testify. Maria Trevino. Maria, we have you registered for yourself against HB 20, is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Chairman Hunter and members, my name is Maria Trevino Rodriguez. I'm an undocumented Texan who has lived in Houston since I was 1. I currently work at a civil rights organization, and I'm here to oppose proposed House Bill 20, which would actively persecute me, my family, and thousands of others who have considered Texas home. Not only does HB 20 lack an understanding of the dark history that vigilante groups have had in our state and country and the violence they've perpetrated on people of color, but it actively trains and legalizes their actions by legitimizing their role in unconstitutionally enforcing federal immigration laws in our state. Racist groups like this have increasingly grown in power since the 70s, when they were created by the KKK to allegedly combat illegal immigration. Vigilantes of these sorts are clearly white supremacist tools cloaked as policies meant to protect our national security. In 2019, Customs and Border Patrol itself stated that they do not endorse private groups or organizations taking enforcement matters into their own hands because interference by civilians in law enforcement could have public safety and legal consequences for all parties involved. Now, to circumvent the illegality of private fascist militias enforcing federal immigration law at the state level, this bill doubles down on these racist and illegal activities by potentially training and employing anti-immigrant hate groups through the codification of HB 20, with a price tag your website says is incalculable due to the fact that there is no estimate of the size and scope of the proposed Border Patrol unit. I oppose this pricey, xenophobic, and unconstitutional legislation that undermines the separation of powers of our country, and believe that Texas legislators should instead prioritize the health of our residents. Rather than addressing more urgent issues our state is facing, like investing in our public education, preparing our infrastructure for climate catastrophes, and fixing the electrical grid, the Texas legislator contributes—
We'll have to have you conclude, so you're against HB 20.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eileen Garza. Eileen, we have you registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
My name is Eileen Garza Sanchez. I am born in Reynosa, Tamaulipas, Mexico. My family raised me in the Rio Grande Valley, where the majority of my family still stays, with some of my family also moving towards Rio Grande City. I am against this bill because it puts our families in danger. It doesn't make anything any safer, and I know how dangerous allowing vigilantes be deputized will be, because what about retaliation? There is the chance that retaliation can happen, and if there isn't any form of monitoring how these vigilantes can actually operate in the state, this unit should not exist. And this bill should never have been written, because it doesn't allow for actual safety and doesn't address the concerns that most Texans have, which is healthcare, safety in our schools, education, and taking care of our grid and our communities as a whole. So this bill is absolute bullshit. Thanks.
No, it's not. Eileen, we'll note you're against, but to everybody, no, that's the second time. And I will clear the room. Jasmine Parrish Moreno. Jasmine, we have you listed and registered as Young Invincibles and Self against HB 20.
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Dear Representative Todd and honorable members of the committee, my name is Jasmine Parrish Moreno, and I work as an outreach coordinator at Young Invincibles, a national nonprofit organization that elevates the voices of young adults in the political process. And I am here today to testify against House Bill 20. I was born and raised in the state of Texas, and like many of my fellow Texans, I am the child of two immigrant parents. My parents immigrated from two distinct countries with one goal: to seek a better life. This goal led them to the state of Texas, a place we now call home. This home will be shattered under HB 20. Let it be known that the idea of HB 20 being centered around the goal of securing the safety and welfare of the southern border region is nothing but a poor attempt to conceal the xenophobia, racism, and frankly, the rejection of the values that founded this immigrant country. We do not need the creation of new, inexperienced, overpowered units or the continuation of inefficient and expensive walls alongside our border to fix the problems our state is facing. If the ongoing criminal activity and public health threats in Texas, as stated in the bill, were of true concern, then we'd be allocating increased funding and resources to education, healthcare, and social services. Why are we enacting laws on the border to address the opioid crisis when something as simple as fentanyl testing strips are illegal here in Texas? Why are we attempting to restore safety by increasing funding for patrol services that would abuse and terrorize migrants while racial profiling Texans? Why are we spending time and resources removing migrants who entered without a medical review when a vast majority of Texas can't even access basic medical services? I ask these questions before you today to urge you to vote no on House Bill 20. This bill entails a dangerous, undesirable, and overall inhumane and un-American solution. We must balance security concerns with respect for human rights and dignity, something HB 20 does not withhold. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll note that you are against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you. Taylor Trevino. Taylor, we have you registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Awesome. Good evening or good morning. My name is Taylor Trevino, testifying against HB 20. What we have at the border is a humanitarian crisis, as has been mentioned already, and militarizing border communities is not the solution. In fact, it will only make the situation more violent. I urge you all to consider what you have in common with those who are immigrating to the United States: the need for personal safety, the desire to live in secure, thriving communities, strong family values, wanting the best for your family, for your children, making sacrifices to provide them with the best life possible. We all want the same things. Those who are crossing the border are often fleeing violence, poverty, and some of the worst situations imaginable. I used to work with a woman from El Salvador who moved with her daughter here to Texas because gangs had threatened to kill her daughter. Imagine being in her shoes. What would you do? As I mentioned earlier, my family has been in South Texas for generations, and I know that I'm lucky that I haven't had to face such hardships and such difficult decisions. I would guess that most of you on this committee are lucky to never have been in those positions either. We shouldn't criminalize and punish our neighbors who simply haven't had the same fortune and opportunities that you and I have. There needs to be more compassion and understanding for those who are just seeking a better life. We need to listen to border residents who are leading humanitarian efforts, who live this reality every day in order to come up with practical, effective solutions. Locking people up is not the answer. Again, I urge you all to vote no on this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Taylor. We'll note you're against HB 20. Thank you. Marissa Nunez. Marissa, we show that you've registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
My name is Marisa Nunez. I am a student at UT Austin by way of El Paso. I represent myself in urging you to rebuke HB 20. I vehemently oppose HB 20 because it will further harm asylum seekers, immigrants, and border communities. The proposed bill would deputize vigilantes and grant them immunity from criminal and civil liability. This bill not only undermines federal law, it most alarmingly gives legal legitimacy to people and groups whose ideology motivates mass killings in border communities. August 3rd of this year is the 4-year anniversary of the Walmart shooting in El Paso, my hometown. While it may have been just a headline for many of you, it was a horrific lived experience my community will never forget. A vigilante, motivated by anti-immigrant rhetoric, drove 10 hours, 649 miles, to murder 23 people. Passing HB 20 clearly signals to other like-minded vigilantes that the state encourages extremists by incorporating them into law enforcement. It likewise shows border communities that our lives do not matter to you. Can you understand the anguish of reading the vigilante's manifesto after losing 23 community members? He stated he was targeting invaders and chose my hometown, my community, because he, quote, couldn't bear to shoot his fellow Americans, end quote. Can you understand the anguish we feel hearing the same invader rhetoric tonight in this room under the guise of border security? As you vote, I implore you to remember the people murdered at the hands of a vigilante this bill could deputize. Don't make this horrific event an everyday legalized possibility across the state for all Texans. Protect our communities by rejecting HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll note that you're against HB 20.
Thank you.
Rachel Shannon. Rachel Shannon. Rachel Shannon. We'll note that Rachel registered for herself against HB 20 and did not testify. Grace Pankel. Grace, we show you have registered for yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
I've been trying to put my words together, and these are those kind of times that I wish I was a lot smarter. And I think the thing that I just am getting really frustrated by is I feel like we are using people who are struggling with drug addiction as the scapegoat to allow these laws that are going to harm people. And as somebody who, my dad dealt with drug addiction his entire life. That's the whole reason he moved to Texas, was trying to get away from his circumstances. And he did not find community care here. So when people say that they care about people who are struggling with drug addiction, I don't see it. I don't see that care. I would love to see health care so that he could have gotten rehabilitation. I would love to see trauma-informed care for me and my sister dealing with what comes with that. If you haven't smelled the smells of having a loved one who has dealt with drug addiction, if you haven't been in those situations, I don't think you have any business saying you know what the solutions are, because this is not what the solution is. Nobody wants this. If we want to deal with human slavery, which we were talking about, what about our prison system? We have human slavery right now. Let's deal with that. That can be common ground. Awesome. This is not the way to protect people from being in enslavement. I just really, really implore you to vote against this bill. There was a 9-year-old child here having to defend his humanity to y'all. He should be at home. What are we doing? I'm so sorry. I wish I had something really smart to say, but can we just stop and realize that? A child was here and he had to be so professional. I'm 31. I'm not being professional right now. Can we just please vote against this bill? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll note you're against HB 20. Liz Barraza. Liz, we show you're registered for yourself and against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely against. Thank you all for still hanging in here with us, and wish other folks were here as well, but it is what it is. My name is Liz Barraza. I'm against HB 20. It's unconstitutional, discriminatory, racist. Honestly, it's a really poor written bill. Doesn't really caters to people's fears, doesn't really offer anything practical, commonsensical as it pertains to border protection. people for this bill say we need to ensure safety for Texans. I don't know if those people know, but border cities do in fact have Texans living in them. And this BPU would be installed in those border cities where Texans reside and put U.S. citizens in danger. U.S. citizens that, by the way, like look like me and look like some of the folks here, even with light skin. So it seems that this bill might protect certain Texans at the expense of others. Can you imagine what would happen if some of the people who spoke so passionately earlier about this bill, for this bill, were given the authority to detain based on more than assuming somebody's legal status? Like, we would be in a hot legal mess. Some of us here would be. A lot of us here would be in a hot legal mess. And it makes me wonder if part of the intention of this bill is to not only capitalize on the fears of Texans with use of trigger words like fentanyl deaths, COVID-19, invasion of aliens, but also to literally capitalize on a broken process that they know is not soundly designed, like when detainees, who, by the way, in Briscoe don't even have beds right now, enough beds, because policy like OLS is a logistical and operational nightmare. Post bail aren't called back. Like, where is that money going? Who is it serving? I looked at the fiscal note for this bill, as you probably all have too, and it actually says implications of this bill, while assumed to be significant, cannot be determined at this time.
Thank you, and we'll note that you're against.
Thank you, very against. Good night, and thank you all seriously for hanging in.
Solma Franco. Solma Franco. Solma Franco. We'll note that Soma registered for Mujeres, Luchadoras, and Self against HB 20, but did not testify. Alicia Torres. Okay, Alicia, it shows that you've registered for grassroots leadership and yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Alicia. I am here to ask for a no vote on HB 20. You should vote no on HB 20 because if passed, like Operation Lone Star, it will become a building block for the series of bills that we have heard today to be more easily passed and justified. Bills that in concert with HB 20 would only further endanger immigrants and communities of color throughout Texas. Bills that are all part of a vision by extremist lawmakers to upend the U.S. Constitution and challenge the longtime Supreme Court precedent that states that federal government has the sole role and responsibility to enforce our immigrant laws. Again, in concert with HB 20, these laws would criminalize being an undocumented immigrant or even in the process of adjusting status in Texas. Fund law enforcement, civilians, and vigilante groups to racially profile, arrest, and deport immigrants. Create new laws that incarcerate immigrants and all communities of color for longer periods of time. Create barriers to asylum and other legal immigration status. Create barriers to housing and employment. Fund border courts that deprive people of their legal due process rights. We have to talk about this Bill 20 as a building block for all of these other bills because we are not one single issue people. We live in a space in times where someone like me has to worry about status, being racially profiled. Again, we're not single issued human beings. HB 20 will be a building block like Operation Lone Star has been. Vote no on SB 20. Fund our communities, not our fears. I want to say that again. Fund our communities, not the fears. Fund our students, not the building of more cages. Do this by voting no on SB 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bethany Curson. Bethany, we show you've registered for grassroots leadership and yourself against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, representatives. We've seen that vigilante militias and other extremist groups who've already been activated by Operation Lone Star, such as Patriots for America, who came with assault rifles and machetes to be briefed by a Maverick County Sheriff's deputy and actively hunt migrants, as well as Women Fighting for America, who did a ride-along with the Kinney County Sheriff. It's these and other racist, xenophobic individuals who will be drawn to apply for this Texas Border Patrol force. HB 20, even with revisions, could allow civilians, including members of such groups, to become officially deputized and exercise state power with a form of immunity against immigrants and all communities of color throughout the state, citizen and non-citizen alike. This is a terrifying prospect where anyone with brown skin or an accent wouldn't even need a yellow star for them to be harassed about their citizenship anywhere in Texas. The bill would create a felony trespassing charge, which would be weaponized primarily against refugees seeking safety and a better life, subject to up to 10 years in prison for crossing a line, with a particularly cruel provision of a $10,000 fine, presumably in addition to any bond set, which the migrants who are coming have no ability to pay and would further devastate long-term residents in immigrant communities throughout Texas and the nation. We live in mixed status communities. Border Patrol vigilantes patrolling Texas looking for cases of smuggling, for example, will result in grave miscarriages of justice where residents and U.S. citizens in your districts will be arrested for being good Samaritans, doing their job, driving the soccer team carpool, or simply going about their daily life with friends and family. We could see mass raids to round up people in immigrant churches, or in our schools throughout the state. This is an extreme bill that fuels hate and othering. I am a born and raised Texan from Allen, Texas, and my entire family and community are better than this. Please join us. And I also want to add that I consider language such as illegals, invasion, and gotaways, all of this other terminology that's been brought up in this hearing, infinitely more profane than anything we've been reprimanded for saying today.
Thank you. We got you, and we note against HB 20. Sophia De Loreto Chudy. Sophia De Loreto Chudy. Sophia De Loreto Chudy. Show that she registered for herself against HB 20, but did not testify. Sandra Witten. Sandra, we have you registered for yourself against HB 20, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I do want to apologize for the sheriffs that were here earlier that were unable to speak. They're actually fighting the issue that this bill is actually talking about, that people in this room are denying that's actually happening. With that being said, I'm only against this bill because of some of the verbiage that's in it, not because I'm against what they're talking about, but because there are obvious loopholes that people in this room have brought up immensely. What they are failing to realize that there is also other legislation that is before this body, not necessarily today, but in this committee, that will go along and assist this BPU. Now, as a white woman of 4 biological Hispanic children, I find the rhetoric of racism completely inappropriate and completely distasteful to assume that anybody who is white is immediately a racist against them because of the color of their skin. Very ignorant. Also, this border bill continues to put DPS at the helm of, if any border bill that continues to put DPS at the helm of anything other than the border will continue to put politics ahead of public safety. In Texas, we once had our own Texas Department of Homeland Security. It was our own entity that was incredibly successful. Over the years, I have publicly been critical of Governor Abbott. However, he was listening to the people on the border who are actually dealing with this crisis. We must continue to listen to our sheriffs and Michael Banks. Across Texas, the quote borders are, as much as I hate that term, have given our sheriffs a beacon of hope. Governor Abbott is listening to the people who live on the border, like myself, who live in Laredo, Texas, and the sheriffs who deal with making Operation Lone Star hugely successful in fighting the rape and human slave trade. Allowing this critical mission to be removed from DPS control and back into the hands of those who want to focus on border security and the web that encompasses it, like the human and rape slave trade, drugs, cartels, and violent crime, which I have personally been involved in witnessing with jurisdictional, translational task force with Mr. Banks' proven leadership will truly be able to fix the border security in Texas. Thank you.
We've got you down as against HB 20, correct?
Due to verbiage, yes.
No, are you against HB 20?
As it is currently written, yes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just really quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you believe that Steve McCraw, the head of DPS, should be in charge of border security?
No.
No, okay. Who in DPS should be, you believe DPS should still be in charge, correct?
No, I do not.
You do not? Okay, thank you. I was confused by your testimony. Thanks.
I was very clear that I believe the sheriffs who have the constitutional authority should be allowed to take care of that.
So DPS should have no role?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Libby Goldman. Libby, we have you registered for never again action and self against HB 20, correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
My name is Libby Goldman, and I live here in Austin. I am here to urge you to vote no on HB 20. I am a third-generation Jewish American living here in Texas. My great-grandparents came to the U.S. from Eastern Europe for reasons that should be obvious to you. I represent a movement called Never Again Action, a collective of Jews, immigrants, and allies across the country. As Jews, we say never again to the atrocities that were committed against us not but 2 generations ago. When we say never again, we mean never again for anyone. Operation Lone Star demonizes immigrants for the very act of setting foot on U.S. soil, something my great-grandparents were narrowly allowed to do. Part of my history is understanding what it looks like to be blamed for a society's problems, racialized as less than, and rounded up and thrown in prisons. That is exactly what we are seeing under Operation Lone Star. HB 20 will empower and incentivize vigilantes to racially profile people. Brown and Black people all around Texas will be targeted. We heard the author of the bill, who's looking at his phone right now, rail against the drug trade and empathize with victimized migrants. But we know that over 90% of illicit drugs come through legal points of entry, even if we don't want to admit it, and the vast majority of migrants crossing the border are simply seeking a better life. You, Mr. Schaefer, are scapegoating immigrants for larger institutional
Libby,
problems.
You address the committee.
You are scapegoating immigrants for larger institutional problems, just like Jews were scapegoated across Europe a few decades ago. It's easy to point fingers at drug cartels. We can all agree those are bad. But what about the blood on your hands? Be on the right side of history. Say no to HB 20. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dale Story. Dale Story. Dale Story. We'll note that Dale registered for himself against HB 20 and did not testify. Wesley Lawrence. Wesley Lawrence. Wesley Lawrence. We'll note that Wesley registered for himself against HB 20 and did not testify. Alexis Elisario. Alexis, it says you've registered on behalf of La Union del Pueblo Entero and self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
My name is Alexis Eliserio. I came here today with Lupe, La Unión del Pueblo Entero, from the Rio Grande Valley, in union with many other organizations throughout the state, to take our stance against House Bill 20. Lupe works closely with members of our community, and we see firsthand the needs that our community living in a border region has. Those needs do not include further border militarization and policing of our residents. I also came here today as a resident of a border community to speak out against this dangerous, unconstitutional bill that will only work to bring harm to our people and communities. HB 20 is a direct reflection of the dangerous invasion rhetoric and the failure of legislatures to pay attention to and listen to what the people need. These border regions do not need another law enforcement entity parading through our streets, instilling fear in our people. We do not need harsher charges that unfairly punish those seeking opportunity. We do not need this police unit that will only be a magnet to extremists that will harass and target people of color in our communities. This bill is the embodiment of the racism and xenophobia that plagues our state legislature and clouds the judgment of officials from seeing what people really need. And lastly, we should be pouring our money into healthcare, public education, infrastructure, and truly investing in our communities, and not creating a system to harm and abuse human rights. We should welcome people with respect and dignity, not with more guns and hammers. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, note that you're against HB 20. Thank you. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. We'll note that Sadie registered for Transgender Education Network of Texas and self against HB 20, but did not testify. Priscilla Lugo. Priscilla Lugo.
Hello, sorry, folks. My ears are tired.
Priscilla, we show that you registered on behalf of Latino Justice against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. So thank you to the chairman and everyone for being here today. I know, and tonight, this morning, I don't know what time it is anymore. Thank you. I'm here to testify against HB 20. I am from Laredo, the South Texas border, the very same community that HB 20 and Operation Lone Star will and has criminalized, racially profiled, and surveilled as part of a political scheme to deter migration and end drug smuggling into the state. I was gonna go into some statistics that have already been repeated to y'all multiple times and are actually being shared with you guys, but something that I do want to go into and repeat is that even a 2022 report by the Cato Institute, which is being shared with you all now, a conservative think tank notes that less than 0.02% or only 279 of the 1.8 million people arrested by Border Patrol for illegal entry possessed any amount of fentanyl whatsoever. And again, this goes back to the statistic that has already been repeated multiple times today. And that is because 90% of the drugs smuggled in, of the drugs that are smuggled into the country are through ports of entry and not illegal entry routes. Major U.S. agencies, including CBP and ICE and DHS, confirmed this to Congress in May of 2022. The Cato report found that banning asylum and limiting travel via Title 42 policies only exacerbated the fentanyl crisis. Border enforcement will not stop or otherwise impact fentanyl smuggling. That is just the plain truth. Restricting travel and access to asylum does not prevent fentanyl smuggling. It has, again, only exacerbated it. The tactics and policies in HB 20 align with the racist and xenophobic agenda that is inherent in Operation Lone Star. I urge everybody on this committee to oppose HB 20 and, that's all in there. Thank you.
And we're noting that you're against HB 20.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Bob Leibel. Bob, we have you registered for Human Rights Watch against HB 20, is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, my name is Bob Leibel. I work with the U.S. program at Human Rights Watch. I'm based here in Austin. Human Rights Watch documents human rights violations, issues detailed reports, and advocates for changes in law, policy, and practice to prevent and remedy human rights abuses. We oppose HB 20, which we think is dangerous, particularly the Border Protection Unit, likely to lead to further human rights abuses, and we don't think that it is likely to reduce fentanyl in the United States or in Texas. Human Rights Watch has previously documented the impact of Texas's $4.4 billion border law enforcement program, Operation Lone Star, and we have found that the program has failed in its stated mission to deny Mexican cartels and other smugglers the ability to move drugs and people into Texas, but has led to injuries and deaths, consistently violated the rights of migrants and U.S. citizens, and suppressed freedoms of association and expression. And I'll say it is all in failing to stop fentanyl from being trafficked into the U.S. Has been laid out several times here. Texas is one of the minority of states that's actually seen an increase in overdoses over the last year, even though we spent $4.4 billion on this program. So today we respectfully ask the committee to oppose HB 20. The bill amounts to a dangerous and extreme effort to expand Texas's border policing program, including the creation of this state-sponsored vigilante border protection unit. That potentially could be throughout the state. The Border Protection Unit would only answer to the governor. The bill would allow the administration to deputize citizens to serve in the unit and therefore participate in enforcement actions against migrants and asylum seekers, which I think is extremely dangerous. And there's nothing in the bill that would prevent people with extremist views from joining the program. So people who are motivated by anti-immigrant or racial animus could join this program, and there's nothing to prevent it. So we would urge you to oppose HB 20, and thank you all for your considerable time.
Thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate it. Jaime Puente. Jaime, we've got you registered for every Texan and self against HB 20, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, members. I know it's late. I'm going to keep this short. I know there's some others who would like to testify. HB 20 and the vigilante force that we've heard about is not only duplicative, but it would have a statewide impact. As we heard from Chairman Guerin earlier, there's over 650 vacancies in the DPS. So where are we going to find these people? If we can't find DPS troopers currently, where are we going to find people to staff this new force? It's going to be from vigilantes. It's going to be from the Minutemen and those folks that we've heard from today who make it their life's mission to, act as outside of the law currently. And so it's a continuation of ineffective deterrence policy that places too much power in the hands of the governor and his handpicked operatives, right? Like that's one of the glaring problems of the bill. It places so much power in the governor's hand-picked deputy unit chief, or unit chief, border unit chief. And with a statewide impact, this is going to affect citizens like me, like my family, like people who've been here, if we just happen to look like we are somebody who they think is an immigrant, right, or is here undocumented. And, if we're looking for a new name for this, let's call it the Daniel Perry unit, because that's who's going to be staffing it, right? People like Daniel Perry who have too many guns, access to too many guns, and are just way too excited about using them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine Torres. Catherine, we have you registered for the Frontera Fund and self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Okay, hello, my name is Kathy Torres. I live in Edinburgh, Texas, and I am a community organizer in the Rio Grande Valley, and I oppose HB 20. HB 20 was written with the intent to inflict harm on border communities of color, bottom line. We are already met with racist state-sanctioned violence simply because of the color of our skin and where in Texas we live, regardless of citizenship status. It's frightening, although not surprising, that blatant racism like this can even be considered actual legislation. A bill like HB 20 will only reinforce racially motivated violence in border communities like my home that already face the repercussions of xenophobic policies like Operation Lone Star.
People seeking asylum, refugees, and immigrants do not make me feel unsafe. Allowing vigilantes in a state with already limited gun legislation to roam the streets with the intent to racially profile border communities will make me feel unsafe. I urge you to vote against HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Janice Resendez. Janice Resendez. Janice Resendez. Show that Janice had registered for Texas Rising Action and Self against HB 20th, but did not testify. Jocelyn Sanchez. Jocelyn, we show you've registered for Deeds, Not Words, and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I fully agree with all the people that have testified so far opposing HB 20. I also want to reiterate some statements that were made in the opening remarks. The statement that law enforcement resources are currently tied up, HB 20 would only further tie up those very limited resources within border communities. By diverting existing officers to our inefficient border strategy, or the alternative that the bill would allow, which is unqualified vigilantes eager for the opportunity to round up and abuse migrants at the first opportunity, let alone a legal opportunity. And also about the fentanyl crisis that's been addressed, we should divert our policy to legalizing testing materials so that the college student that was cited as trying to take Adderall but getting dosed with fentanyl would be able to test their Adderall for traces of fentanyl. But this bill would rather use an opioid crisis to justify racism. If we want to talk about feeling secure on our own property, how about all the times I've been interrogated by Border Patrol officers on my own land just for playing tag with my brothers or taking a walk along the paths that my grandpa showed me, paths where now I'm faced with a poorly constructed border wall in my face and on my land in the Rio Grande Valley. That's the reality of the experience on the border, not the picture that Representative Schaefer has painted for you through this bill. That's because he's not there and never has been. And sure, maybe there's been visits, but the border community has come out in droves and has spoken to you and told you what the real experience of the border community is, and that is not what is represented in this bill. And there's also a lot of things that contradict themselves in this bill, saying that we should reinvest in Operation Lone Star through this bill and by more border enforcement, but also saying that border enforcement as it is currently ineffective, and also saying that people would be trained through this bill in the same methods that DPS is already using, but also saying that DPS and Border Patrol is ineffective. All these contradictions are prevalent throughout this bill and don't make sense, so I would encourage you to vote no.
And you're against HB 20.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karina Alvarez. Karina Alvarez. Karina Alvarez. We'll note that Karina had registered for Laredo Immigrant Alliance and Self against HB 20, but did not testify. Rocio Fierro Perez. Rocio, we show that you've registered on behalf of Texas Freedom Network and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Rocio Fierro Perez. I am the Senior Political Coordinator with the Texas Freedom Network, and I am a proud immigrant. I grew up on the beautiful bicultural frontera of El Paso and Ciudad Juarez. Every day I walked out my front door, I could literally see the U.S.-Mexico border across the street from my house. And when they put up the wall, which HB 20 is trying to fund, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear, not safety. I have witnessed firsthand the effects of xenophobic, discriminatory laws and the danger that extremist politicians who sponsor racist legislation have had in my community. How many of you have ever actually been to the border? Ever spoken directly to a migrant? Ever had a genuine conversation about the reality that they are facing? Many of us from the border are here today And I encourage you to listen to the people that know what they are talking about, not in theory, but in their lived experience. HB 20 and many other anti-immigration bills are what make communities like El Paso less safe, not migrants. One of the many dangerous components of HB 20 would allow any law-abiding citizen without a felony conviction, AKA vigilantes, to take part in enforcement. If trained police officers are mishandling something as simple as a traffic stop, what makes you think that deputizing untrained vigilantes is a good idea? Instead of attacking people in the most vulnerable communities and irresponsibly throwing away money at an imaginary problem by further militarizing the border, I encourage you to look at the real danger in our communities. The leading cause of death for kids are guns and school shootings that overwhelmingly come from white men that are U.S. citizens. That is not a fact. That is a fact, not an opinion. Do not scapegoat my community. Todos merecen el derecho a su seguridad, dignidad y respeto, independientemente de su estatus migratorio. Everyone deserves the right to safety, dignity, and respect regardless of immigration status. I urge you to vote no on HB 20 and all other anti-immigration bills. And yes, I am registered against HB 20.
Thank you very much. Denny Arjona. Denny, we show you're registered for South Texans for Reproductive Justice and Self against HB 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Hi, y'all. My name's Denny Arjona. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Rio Grande Valley border, and I drove 5 hours to express my opposition to HB 20 today on behalf of my organization, South Texans for Reproductive Justice. Through my work with STRJ, past experiences as a public school case manager in rural communities, and just as a citizen with brown skin, I can tell you that further militarization sparks fear among us all. Our communities are littered with DPS troopers, Border Patrol agents, and surveillance technology. This constant presence near schools, neighborhoods, and basically anywhere makes people feel afraid to leave their homes, go to work, take their children to school, or even seek medical care. HB 20 also sets a dangerous precedent for abuse of power by granting immunity from civil liability to those deputized to arrest anyone they suspect of being a migrant. If the fear exists with agents of the state, I have no doubt that this will skyrocket with extremists who will rush to our region. Our work with STRJ also extends beyond borders. In 2022, STRJ partnered with Solidarity Engineering, National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice, and the Yellowhammer Fund to provide mutual aid to people of all ages at tent encampments in Reynosa, Mexico. It wasn't until then that I fully understood the magnitude of the humanitarian crisis our border policies have cruelly exacerbated. Though we only served 700 people at Camp Rio and Camp Senda de Vida 2, I went home with a heavy heart knowing families were bracing themselves for an incoming freeze at the time without any shelter. I had to remind myself that there's only so much a volunteer group like ours can provide, but what really blew me away was the realization that it's actually small organizations like
You
ours.
have hit your stop, so we'll note that you're against HB 20.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Serna Uribe. Samantha, we show you're with MALDEF, Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee, my name is Samantha Serna Uribe, and I'm a staff attorney with MALDEF. I testify against House Bill 20 in its entirety, and my testimony will focus on several areas of concern in the bill.
Section 2.07 of the House Bill 20 authorizes commissioned and non-commissioned officers in a newly created Texas Border Protection Unit to perform functions of federal immigration officers. The bill grants greater powers to Border Protection Unit officers in the event Texas declares a state of invasion or imminent danger. Arizona v. U.S. explains that a state law authorizing an officer to arrest an individual the officer believes is deportable without any input from the federal government about whether an arrest is warranted would allow the state to achieve its own immigration policy. Furthermore, empowering state officers to decide who unlawfully crosses the border with Mexico conflicts with federal immigration law, which grants that power only to federal officers. Third, authorizing civilians who are not experienced peace officers to carry out BPU law enforcement functions opens the door to the types of abuses of immigrants or those who are perceived as immigrants that the U.S. Supreme Court warned against in the Arizona litigation. In his testimony before the Senate Border Security Committee on March 16, 2023, Attorney General Paxton explained that although he disagreed with the rulings, the U.S. Supreme Court had declared that state laws that attempt to regulate immigration are preempted by federal law. Despite this, General Paxton urged the legislator to enact laws that he knows are preempted in order to try to overturn Supreme Court precedent. We urge the committee to reject General Paxton's invitation. Please reject House Bill 20. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And so are, I know it's clear to you, but you're against HB 20.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Cruz. Sarah, we have you registered for National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights against HB 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Cruz, and I'm here on behalf of the National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony. The National Network is a center for human rights, education, and advocacy, working to defend and expand the rights of all immigrants and refugees regardless of status. I am here on behalf of the network to oppose HB 20. This bill would massively expand the border militarization and immigration enforcement complex currently carried out by both the federal and state governments, compound the injustices that Black, Brown, immigrant, and border communities have experienced historically, and are a complete disregard for the real human needs and human rights of communities across Texas. The proposal of a border protection unit would deputize regular citizens and direct law enforcement officers to participate in state immigration enforcement operations and would disproportionately harm Black and Brown Texans who are often the target of racial bias embedded in immigration enforcement. After the launch of Operation Lone Star, DPS data from 2021 showed that racial profiling is a significant contributor to disparities in DPS traffic stops between Latino and white drivers. HB 20 also proposes that unit officers will be granted immunity from criminal and civil liability. This raises critical concerns about oversight and accountability and creates an environment permissible for grave human rights and civil rights violations. Let us remind you, the border is not a zone for constitutional exception. Since 2010, there have been more than 265 fatal encounters between citizens and border residents with US CBP agents. Similarly, since the start of OLS, vehicle pursuits involving DPS troopers carrying out its operations have been linked to 30 deaths and 71 injuries. Moreover, these punitive measures contradict U.S. asylum law and will undoubtedly stem the crisis of deaths and disappearances in the borderlands, which are frequently the result of hardened immigration and border policies. Official CBP data counts 8,618 migrant deaths through 2021.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to note that you're against HB 20.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members, I had put in and to the public, we'd put in a 4-hour rule that ends the witness testimony. At this time, we call upon Representative Schaefer to close.
Mr. Chairman, do we have Colonel McCraw or anybody from DPS here available as a resource witness?
I don't think they're here now.
Okay.
Here's what I'll do. I will contact them to have them visit with State Affairs Committee members.
Thank you.
I will do that. Go ahead and close, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
Now, members, if you've got some questions, fine, but let's not make it too long. I know, Chairman, you wanted to ask one because you didn't get to, but if you could be very succinct and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wanted to go through, Representative, through a few of the key provisions that I think are, one, we'll start with page 2, lines 1 through 3, with respect to the Constitution and the site, which I think is fundamental to your argument. So I wanted to ask you, so that language in the Constitution talks about no state shall without the consent of Congress, and then it goes through a few items. One of the things that it says that a state is not supposed to do is keep troops. I just wanted to get an understanding, is the border protection unit that you're creating in your bill, are you stating that these are troops within the meaning of Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution?
They're law enforcement officers, so I don't assign that characterization in my bill.
Okay. And then it said also that a state without the consent of Congress is not supposed to engage in war. And then it has a language, unless actually invaded or in such imminent dangers will not admit of delay. Is the reason for this border protection unit because we are engaging in a war under the language of Article 1, Section 10?
I believe the language in Article 1, Section 10 is self-defense language. And so when you have the cartels acting in a manner that causes serious harm and death to many Texans and to many Americans, I think that is an act that's imminent danger.
So the imminent danger rises to the level of war such that the state is invoking this constitution.
It rises to the level of a state's inherent right to self-defense.
Okay. And are there other states that have invoked this clause to do what you're trying to do through your bill?
As a legislature, I don't believe they ever have, but I don't have an exhaustive view of that.
Okay. And so in terms of the invasion language, and this will be my last one on this before I move on to the next section.
Well, I'm going to ask you, Chair, I don't mind you asking a couple of questions, but I don't want to elongate the conclusion. So if you can, I don't want him, you all could get together, you know, outside this meeting. I don't want to put him through a point counterpoint at this time, because I think you all could meet, but ask a few questions, and then I'm going to ask you to talk together.
Yes, Chairman, and we've had multiple conversations, Representative Schaefer and I, on some of these provisions, and I think for us, really trying to get an understanding, and I'll move on to another section, page 15. It really, with respect to the civilian units that are being created, I know that you've defined commissioned versus non-commissioned. Can you explain to us in the bill what do you mean by deter? How would an officer deter someone attempting to cross the border unlawfully? That's not defined in the bill, and I think it's really essential for us to understand.
I think that law enforcement uses a number of different types of deterrents. It can be physical barriers, can be messaging, can inform people of what violation of the law might mean to them as a collateral consequence. There are a number of ways that law enforcement might apply that.
What about repel? What does that mean?
I think there's a number of ways that they could do that as well. You have crowd control measures that are sometimes used. You've had some very violent, angry crowds that have formed at times, and so there had to be, measures used to keep the public safety.
And those crowd control, or your bill has language that says non-deadly crowd control measures. Would that include tear gas, for example?
I would leave that up to the men and women on the ground making those decisions based on the facts in front of them.
Madam Chair, could you, I'm really going to ask you at this hour, because if you all could visit privately, and if you just ask more, I'll give you one more question, then I'm going to encourage the members to meet by themselves.
Yes, Chairman. My last question. This is a statewide unit that has civilian component that have a qualified immunity. Is that correct?
They're going to be operating primarily along the river. They're going to be headquartered along in the border. And when you refer to civilians, I think of civilians versus military. I think all of our DPS are civilians. So if you mean some are commissioned officers and some are non-commissioned officers, that's the way I would characterize it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I want to thank you, Representative.
Sorry, respectfully, can I give my written testimony?
Sir, wait, sir. We're in the middle of a proceeding. Mr. Schaefer,